African Dream, a novel by Joseph Edoki. Table of contents. Chapter 1, I Want to be President. Chapter 2, What an Idle Dream. Chapter 3, You are the King Makers. Chapter 4, Your destiny lives in your dream. Chapter 5, I know why the African is poor. Chapter 6, Our leaders are not to blame. Chapter 7, They have no school. Chapter 8, This reign is political. Chapter 9, We shall plant cassava on the moon. Chapter 10, No individual can heal the society all by himself. Chapter 11, When you create a complex problem, the simple one disappears. Chapter 12, Politics is neither arithmetic nor algebra. Chapter 13, What happened to your dream? Chapter 14, My ship will bat at Destiny Port. Chapter 15, The courts are peopled with the Sons of Eli. Chapter 16, I am an apostle of light. Chapter 17, We need a bigger prison yard. Chapter 18, What if they are hungry? Chapter 19, My country is my life. Chapter 20, I have a dog whose name is Fernando. Chapter 21, The Great Betrayer. Chapter 22, The Devil is a Native. Chapter 23, Goodbye, Democracy. Chapter 24, The Law is a Leveler. Chapter 25, Physician, heal your wife. Chapter 26, Sorry, Chief, you are not a genius. Chapter 27, We are a sovereign nation. Chapter 28, God, save our fatherland. Chapter 29, No leader is indispensable. Chapter 30, You are the laurel of my dreams.
Chapter 1, I Want to be President. In the still of an August night, a young man woke up from sleep with a dream in his head. It was a dream of a sort, and he needed some time to think it over and to decide whether or not to walk the path paved by the power of his mind. He rose up, left the bedroom which he shared with his wife, and walked into his study. A chair, a table, and a bookcase made up the study. The bookcase housed books on philosophy, history, religion, psychology, administration, politics, agriculture, medicine, engineering, and other subjects. He sat on the chair and thought about the dream. An hour later, the voice of reason, a product of his intellect, told him the idea behind the dream would work out just as he had imagined. At that moment, his joy knew no bounds. It went up high, beyond the mountain of doubt. He could not keep the dream to himself. With a smile on his face, he walked into the bedroom where his wife lay. He tapped the woman on the shoulder and watched her stare on the bed. The tap was not enough to wake her up, so he gave another, this time a bit harder. She again stared, opened her eyes and closed them almost immediately. This time was 15 minutes past 1.
Wake up!
The woman opened her eyes and looked at him. The look on her face was a mixture of anxiety and anger. She was anxious to know what her husband wanted to talk about at such an odd hour. Good morning, she grunted, rubbing her eyes.
Good morning.
What is the matter?
I have something to tell you.
Silence fell upon the room. The woman yawned, breaking the silence. Then she assumed a sitting position on the bed, her legs dangling above the bed floor.
It's about a dream I had, a unique dream.
A dream? What kind of dream? The man hesitated for a moment. Then he moved a step forward to attract the woman's attention. His action helped to shift her worry over the dream to the suspense created by him.
I want to rule this country.
The woman shook her head and looked at him incredulously. The more she looked, the more confused she became. Soon the confusion gave way to fury, the kind that greets you after being treated to a rude joke.
I am going to be the next president of this country.
While he was still standing and thinking of what next to say, the woman, who did not find the action of her husband funny, hissed and left the bedroom. She walked into the living room and stood there angry, not knowing whether to curse at him or cry for him. After a while, she slumped onto a long cushioned chair, cursing under her breath. At dawn, Angela, a 30-year-old woman, took off her elegant nightgown, put on a pair of dirty jeans trousers and a loose blouse, and went to confront her husband. She had made up her mind to cause trouble and possibly start a fight. "Wake up!" she shouted. I say wake up.
I am not sleeping. I am thinking.
I don't want to know whether you are dying.
What is it?
There's no food in this house.
No food?
There's no egg for breakfast, and the sugar remaining won't be enough.
You met me thinking. Just give me some time and I will be with you.
Get up before I lose my temper. Fernando ignored her. Yesterday, I asked you to give me money to buy eggs and sugar. You said we should take yam and palm oil. That we did. We took gari and egusi in the afternoon. We ate gari and the same egusi soup without meat in the evening. I will cook the last tuber of yam for you. But my children and I must have tea, bread and eggs this morning. The man crouched on the bed, hands on the pillow in a carefree manner, like a rabbit in a hutch. I am talking to you, this man.
Go to the kitchen and manage what you have.
Manage what? She asked, her voice rising suddenly.
Stop shouting. And don't pretend you don't know the problem.
What is the problem, if I may ask?
I have not received my salary.
And so what?
My August salary have not been paid. Do you expect me to steal?
Have your colleagues started stealing?
Don't ever ask me such a question again, okay?
Have they started stealing?
You can go and find out from them.
I will ask you until you become reasonable.
Thank you.
An infuriated Angela gripped the coverlet and made to pull her husband along with it. Get up, or I bring you down.
Are you all right?
The woman made good her threat. She pulled the coverlet with all the strength she could muster, sending the man sprawling on the floor.
You did this to me?
Yes, and I want you to beat me up. Beat me, kill me, eat me.
But you know I don't fight.
You must kill me today.
What has come over you?
I want to cure the madness in this mango head of yours, foolish man.
What is your problem?
I have not forgotten about your midnight madness. If you think you know how best to play the buffoon, I will show you how not to. Now, you either give me money for food or neighbors will come and watch us. Fernando attempted to get up, but he was pressed down by the fat woman who sat on him, her hands on his neck. Didn't you hear me? I said, you must kill me today, useless man. Angela was convinced her husband would not hurt her, and if he decided to fight, she was sure she would have an advantage since she did not serve him food the previous day, even though he was indoors throughout. The man did not complain because he knew the food items in the house were almost finished and there was no money to buy more.
I am sorry if I have wronged you. Please, let me get up.
Are you ready to give me money? Yes or no?
How much money?
She did not reply, for she knew he had no money. The man on the floor was, in the real sense, penniless. The last penny from his savings had been spent last week. Thereafter, a friend gave him £100, which was used 2 days earlier to buy food and drugs. A few minutes later, Hilary, their firstborn, walked in and thought his parents were at play. Good morning, Dad.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, Daddy.
Good.
Good morning, Mom. Go and wake up Lisa, Angela shouted at him. Lisa is awake. Wake up, Sandra. Yes, Mom. Hilary left his parents and went towards the room where Sandra was. The girl was lying on the bed, her eyes wide opened. Get up, Hilary said. The 3-year-old girl did not say anything. Didn't you hear me? The girl remained adamant. Hilary then carried her out of bed, out of the bedroom, and made towards the living room. Leave me, she cried. Her cry was heard all over the house. Hilary, Angela called out in a shrill voice. Yes, Mom. The girl heard the voice of her mother and was encouraged to cry louder. What have you done to her? Angela asked. Nothing, Mom. She's a lazy girl. Leave her alone. Today is Saturday. She is lazy. In the meantime, Sandra was crying at the top of her voice. Angela, who was already tired of holding her man to ransom, found a ready excuse to release him. She let him go and rushed to meet her children. On sighting his mother, Hilary released the girl and ran out of the house through the kitchen door. The front door was opened. Fernando walked through it and made straight for Jeremiah's house. The man was one of his close neighbors and the only one who had never disappointed him anytime he begged him for money. He narrated his problem to him and thereafter asked for a loan of £100. Jeremiah, a trader, gave him the money and told him not to pay back. Fernando prayed for him and then said,
Neighbor, do you know this situation will not be the same forever?
No condition is permanent. One day, it go better.
Actually, I want to tell you something delightful.
What will be the problem again?
It's not a problem. It is something good.
I see.
I want to be president.
President?
Yes, neighbor, president.
Which kind president?
I am going to be the president of this very country. I need your support and prayers.
Jeremiah began to laugh. How can a man who borrows to feed his family say he wants to be president? How you go take be president?
I shall give you the details at the appropriate time.
Jeremiah, who had earlier suppressed his laughter to listen to him, began to chuckle. You be bookman, he said. There is nothing you cannot fit to become.
Thank you. I have to go.
The neighbor saw him off to the front yard and went back to prepare for the day's work.
When I become the president of this country, I will make sure a man does not beg to feed his family.
What does it really take to become the president of one's country? Is there any mark that could indicate who could ascend the high office among the crowd of ambitious men and women? Can a man with no money at all, wake up from sleep and say he wants to be president? What manner of man is this hungry-looking fellow who has made up his mind to rule his country? Fernando was tall and slender. He was dark-skinned. His head was of moderate size and slightly hilly in the middle. He had a round face, prominent cheekbones, bright eyes, wide ears, and a neck that seems unusually long as a result of prolonged undernourishment. Inside his mouth was a complete set of teeth, white and wholesome. He wore a goatee on the chin most of the time, something he seldom paid attention to until someone, usually his ever-nagging wife, made her unsavory remarks. The man walked confidently into his house, like a laborer returning home from work on a payday.
Hilary,
Yes, Daddy.
come and take these 50 pounds to your mother.
The boy rose from the seat where he sat reading a book, collected the money, and went to meet his mother. Fernando's anxiety had at last subsided. He sat comfortably on a sofa in his living room and tuned to a radio broadcast. To end the news, the main point again. The head of state, Colonel Ali, has announced that he will hand over power to a civilian government in January 1989. The Federal Office of Statistics has said that 80% of the country's population are unemployed. Over 2,000 people have died in Yangara from an outbreak of cholera. The police in Bekwasa have arrested a man who killed his son for money-making ritual. From the foreign scene, there are strong indications that the apartheid regime in South Africa will soon release the hero of the century, Nelson Mandela. Finally, at the foreign exchange market yesterday, £100 local currency exchange for $1. That is the end of the news. Please stay tuned for the news translation in Ikoi, Kukuwa, and Madoni. After listening to the summary of the news in English, Fernando walked into his bathroom for a shower. He did not use bathing soap, as there was none left in the dish. The last bit was used the day before the previous. He did not brush his teeth, since there was no more toothpaste in the tube. Since the past 2 weeks, when the tube became empty, everyone in the house had been using chewing sticks. This formed a part of the austerity measures the man had adopted after using quarter of his July salary to buy drugs for Sandra, who became ill at the beginning of August, skipping lunch for the past 2 weeks being another. As he put on his trousers, he imagined what life would have looked like without Angela. Although the woman was troublesome, she had a way of making him think fast and live up to his responsibilities. He would also admit this to himself, but had never said it to her or to anyone else. Not even when Salam, Talibe, and Ara, his friends, and Elizabeth, his elder sister, complained that when it came to solving the problem called Angela, he was a weak man. Angela was from a poor family. Her father was a palm wine tapper, and her mother a periwinkle speaker. What the man and the woman could not buy with money, they received from God, 12 children. Angela was the first. On her wedding day, 2 of her sisters and a brother packed their belongings from Undumeli down to Adana in Merigo to live with her. Out of sympathy, Fernando allowed this and even enrolled them in school. Soon, Elizabeth found out what was going on and took the matter to her parents. Fernando was then summoned home and instructed by his mother to send his in-laws away immediately. When 6 months passed and their in-laws had still not gone, Fernando's mother packed her clothes, cooking pot, mortar and pestle, and came to live with her son. Mama stayed for a month, keeping to her room, cooking her food and eating alone. When it became clear that the old woman would not for once talk about her cassava farm in the village, and that she would not go until her wish had been granted, Fernando sent his in-laws back to where they came from, with the promise of sending them money regularly for their school fees and upkeep. This the young man had been doing for half a dozen years. That Angela could still quarrel with him over money matters in spite of these commitments bothered those who knew their story. Chapter 2. What an idle dream. The man stepped out of his ghetto home and walked down the street. The street was narrow, crowded and dirty. Blocks and blocks of ramshackle structures stood side by side on the street. The buildings that dotted the neighborhood were dirty and crowded. They were cheap and affordable and adaptable, the shanty homes of men and women of low estates. The homes were crowded with cats and dogs, sheep and goats, fowls and pigs, and rats and cockroaches, and mosquitoes and houseflies and maggots. The homes were crowded, the shanty homes of men and women of low estates. Further down the street, he came across a ghetto child who had an ostrich neck, gazelle legs, lizard belly, and another who had sucking cheeks, amber eyes, an empty stomach, and another who had the telltale sign of kwashoko, peligra, beriberi, and flowing multitude of wild and angry children, the children of men and women of low estates. He walked past the people, the pets, and the pests. He walked on, oblivious of two malnourished toddlers defecating dutifully beside their pregnant mother, who was busy stirring a steaming pot of soup. A crowd of people who were drawing water from the reservoir of a shallow borehole in the vicinity of a dozen sockaway pits, a litter of mire wallowing piglets, and two illiterate dogs that mated in the open to the admiration of excited boys and girls. The man crossed the street and trekked on. The trekking had taken him to a major road. Still, he trekked. It was quite an unusual sight to find someone trekking along that non-residential, non-commercial section of the highway. Still, he trekked, paying deaf ears to the patronizing calls of commercial cyclists, bus conductors, and taxi drivers. Further and further still, he trekked, giving no thought to the picture in the minds of the wayfarers, but rather to the familiar voice which say, "If you think it odd to walk a lonely road, it's only because you are a passenger." The man was indeed a thinker. He was thinking about the voice of his mind, the power of his will. He was thinking about the vision of his home, the capacity of his vehicle. He was thinking about the drivers who had gone completely mad. He was thinking about the passengers he would take home someday. After the long trek and a saving of £10, the man found himself in Data Square and then at Solly Chambers, a law firm located in one of the office blocks at the city center.
Good morning, Dal.
Fernando. How is life treating you?
Fine.
That is good. You look radiant and happy.
Thank you.
There must be a secret behind these bubbling spirits.
Your guess is right.
Tell me, is Madame now born again?
Dal.
Did you send her to the village?
Fernando, who could hardly take a joke, regarded his friend for a while. Then he said,
Do you want to know why I am happy?
Naturally, as a friend.
If you must know, my son, Hilary, is bright and promising. He will be a pilot. Little Lisa is bright and beautiful. She will be a doctor. And then, my Sandra, she is such a lovely pet. When will you marry?
Chai, don't tell me you didn't rehearse these lines of paternal conceits. It's a knockout, I accept it is.
Fernando was pleased to find a reply that touched the bachelor who was fond of making jest of him on account of his troublesome wife.
I have come to see you for something important.
A case or something?
It's about the broadcast made by Colonial Heritage last night.
But you are not a politician, or are you thinking of becoming one?
I want to be president.
Oh, so you want to be president? All hail the president, hip, hip, hip.
I am not joking, Dad.
Who is a jester? Me too. I am going to be the Secretary General of the United Nations. I swear it is no joke.
Soon after the head of state broadcast, I went to bed. I tell you, I couldn't sleep. When I managed to sleep, I woke up a couple of hours later with a startling revelation. I received an inspiration, an idea, a dream, and now I know I shall be president.
When last did you take anti-malaria medicine?
That is none of my business.
No, the disease is terrible. It can manifest in different forms. You could be suffering from malaria fever, diarrhea, or indigestion. It depends.
We shall soon find out who is a malaria patient. Did you buy today's newspaper?
Here is a copy of The Guardian.
That is it. The special broadcast. Listen to the highlights. Council elections for chairman and councillors will take place on the last Saturday of October. The election of all lawmakers will take place on the first Saturday of November. The governorship and presidential elections shall come up on the second and third Saturdays respectively. The head of state shall hand over to me on the 1st of January.
Dar Salam, a short, fat, big-headed and dark-skinned man, burst into laughter, and by the time he became quiet, his eyes were wet with tears.
Do you know I am serious?
I know you are. That is why I am laughing. The truth is, you can't be president. If you like, dream from here to Jericho. You can never rule this country. The reasons are obvious. You are poor. Your father is poor. Your grandfather was poor. You are honest and sincere. You are extremely patriotic and dangerously principled. You come from a minority tribe. Again, you do not have any political experience. But with luck on your side, you can become a counselor. From there, you will begin to learn how to make easy money. Later on, you can become a lawmaker. While in the house, you will learn the wuru-wuru and mago-mago of politics. Thereafter, you will learn how to manipulate the power brokers and fellow politicians who will eventually make you a president. If they are convinced, you can be used to achieve their selfish motives.
Is that all?
It doesn't end there. For you to be the president of this country, you must belong to one or two secret societies. You must be prepared to let Moina or Tatigwe or Kokodikogo lead you. You must be ready to sell your soul and the souls of many innocent people to the Prince of Darkness, who will in turn give you political power.
I know you will be of help to me.
Don't tell me you are serious.
Are you ready to listen to me?
If it's about this same issue, I say why waste precious time?
If I can prove people like you wrong, that will be something.
It's nothing. You don't have to walk 1,000 miles to show it's a long way.
Look, Dad, you are a pessimist. Let's face it, this country needs an exemplary leader.
Of course we do, but it can't be you. By the way, which of the two registered parties do you want to join?
None. I want to be an independent candidate.
Independent candidates?
Yes, an independent candidate.
Dar Salam raised his head and looked into Fernando's eyes. An idea had just come to him.
Independent candidates. I am beginning to understand you. I can see the picture clearly now. Independent candidate. Yes, that is a brilliant idea. If you really mean to be an independent candidate, I will listen to you. If you show some seriousness, I can organize a group for you and thereafter carry you and the members to the candidate who will win. That way, we can be given political appointments.
Fernando was tempted to argue with him. No, he said in his heart. It is sufficient for him to have a reason to follow me.
Are you busy?
Now? No. Why do you ask?
I want us to visit Ara.
Ara, have you informed him?
No.
Why? Ara is rich. He is a government contractor. If he agrees to support you, the problem of initial funds for the campaign would be solved. He would be in his office.
He reached for the telephone on his desk and dialed Ara's number. After several attempts, the line went through.
Dal speaking. How are you, Dal? I'm okay. How is business? Fine. That's good. Fernando is here. He wishes to speak with you. Hold on for him, please. How is the family?
We are all fine.
I heard Sandra was sick. Is she better now?
Oh yes. I thank God for her life.
What about Madame and the others?
They are all fine.
Mawa, my daughter, has gained admission into the university to study medicine.
Beautiful. Which of the universities?
The University of Fingesi.
That is great. I am happy for the small girl.
Thank you.
We are coming to you to discuss an important matter.
I hope it is business.
Big business.
All right, I am waiting.
Fernando dropped the telephone receiver and stood up, happy that he was making progress. Salam was knotting his tie and thinking about his own idea.
Do you know you could be a minister?
You wait. In the fullness of time, you will be in my cabinet.
Dear Faith, let it be.
Salam engaged the gear of his car and drove slowly out of the office premises. They reached their destination some hours later and were welcomed by Ara, a tall, fat, and dark-complexioned man.
You kept me waiting. Sorry, sir. We were held up by traffic. Why should there be hold up on a Saturday?
What do you expect? The bandits came to town and everybody, including my lawyer, stood like cowed guards so they could have their way.
Bandits? Don't mind him. The governor was visiting His Royal Highness. As usual, we waited to let him pass. I should have known Fernando doesn't belong to this land. I pray you don't get into trouble with the military authorities.
They too. I hope you don't get into my trouble.
That's all right. Nobody will be in trouble in my office. What will you drink, lawyer? I will have beer for a start. And you?
Let me have tea.
Ara called the office attendant and instructed him to provide a bottle of Star Lager beer and a cup of tea for his friends.
The celebration has started. What are you celebrating? He will tell you. Yes, my friend. What is it?
I am going to be president. I am here to inform you and to seek your support.
You want to go into politics?
Yes.
That is what you should have said, not that you want to be president.
I mean, I want to be president and I am serious about it.
What an idle dream. So you believe a common man like you can be president? Who talked you into this? Lawyer, it must be you. Why are you so sure? Well, in case you don't know, you are talking to a man who will be president. This one?
You are entitled to your opinion.
Anybody can be president. You can be the president of Harvard Tribal Union, National Teachers Union, or...
The office attendant came in with a tray and served the visitors beer and tea.
As I was saying, it is not possible for you to be the president of this country.
Why?
Because you are a common man. It is being rumored that Chief Hale Basha is interested in the race. If that is true, he will win because he is rich. There are so many other rich men like Chief Montgomery Iko, Sir Dan Luka, Malam Sir Chief Issa Megadu, Malam Lawat Tesha, Chief Walter Dojumu, Chief Ernest Chichom, who may be interested in ruling the nation. If such powerful men say they want to be president, you can be sure they stand a chance, not a wretched man like you. Do you have money?
That kind of talk is all too familiar. We can't continue to allow clowns and charlatans rule us.
You are not serious. If you say the men are whatever you call them, I agree with you. But that is not to say you can defeat any of them in a presidential race. The Conservative Convention, which is the winning party, won't even give you nomination paper. Sir, Fernando is coming as an independent candidate. We shall support him, campaign for him, and help him mobilize followers. Then we will go and negotiate with the candidate who we know will win. In return, he will be made a minister. We too could be appointed ministers or chairmen of boards. It is easier said than done. For sure, there will be many unserious candidates who will play the same shadow game. How many of them will be ministers?
I am not going to play second fiddle to any man. All the big names you have mentioned are people who cannot do this nation any good. They belong to the ruling class and have been recycled over and over again. Our people are sick and tired of seeing these goons. We need new breeds of leaders, and I am prepared to set the stage.
The discussion went on and on. When Fernando rose up to go, it was clear to him that he had met a brick wall. Late at night, Ara talked to his wife, Yvonne, about Fernando's ambition. The rich man meant to deride his poor friend, but was surprised at the reaction of his wife. You should do well to support him. He's your friend.
Fernando cannot be president.
Why do you think so?
He is poor.
And so?
Our country has not reached the stage where a poor man can be president.
I know he has no money, but he has character. This country is sick. We need someone of Fernando's personality to heal her.
What are you talking about? Do you know the people in the race?
Like who?
Chief Hale Basha.
That thief. What did he achieve as a governor? Let him come out, and we shall make sure his money is wasted for nothing.
Unfortunately, your opinion isn't public opinion. You can support Fernando if you wish, but whether people like you vote for Basha or not, he will win the election. That is the reason why I will support him.
And abandon your friend?
Look, my dear, morality in modern parlance means mystery. If I support a friend who is bound to fail, I will be in trouble. The reason I am rich and Fernando poor is because I am a realist, while he is simply an idealist. He is not reasonable. Instead of doing what others are doing to acquire wealth and live well, he prefers to do something that can never materialize. In short, Fernando is deluded and lazy.
Did I get you right?
My friend is suffering from laziness.
I hope you didn't tell him all that.
I simply told him he can't be president.
Why did you tell him that?
It was an opinion.
You should have kept it to yourself. When Aaron noticed that the woman's countenance had changed, he ended the conversation. Yvonne was tall, plump, and fair in complexion. She had a smooth oval face, dull eyes, robust cheeks, a flawless African nose, and a set of good white teeth. The beauty of this fashionable woman, who ran a beauty shop at the central business district of Merigo City, was not contestable. Just as she was a piece of beauty, she was also a pack of brains. She could solve problems, big or small, by simply defining them in terms of X and Y, which was not surprising since she obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics and a master's degree in statistics from the University of Ingese. In the morning, she rose up early, had a warm bath and a massage, applied her makeup, and then put on a gorgeous boo-boo and a pair of pure leather shoes. When she was satisfied with the mirror reflection, she opened the oak door that led to the portico of their castle and walked gracefully towards one of the cars in the garage. From Pearl Town, the woman drove to Adana. Fernando and his family had returned from church and were having breakfast. Then Yvonne walked in. "Please, come and eat with us," Angela said after joining her husband to welcome the visitor. "Thank you, madam," Yvonne replied. "I am here to congratulate you on what I have heard." "What?" Angela asked rudely. I am referring to your husband.
Please, I am coming.
He quickly dropped the piece of yam he was about putting in his mouth inside a plate of palm oil, washed his hands, and sat beside the woman.
Thank you, Yvonne. I suppose you heard the news from your husband.
Yes, he told me everything.
The idea came through on Friday, and I am prepared to pursue it to the end.
What are your immediate plans?
We shall set up a group to be known as the Greater Tomorrow Society. The group will perform the role of a political party while I will be the presidential candidate. So far, Salam, Telibe, and one Wema Williams have shown interest in the idea.
I should be counted in too. I believe if a thorough campaign is carried out, you will win the election.
Thank you very much. My mission statement has been drafted. I did that last night. Let me go and bring it.
He dashed into his study where he kept the vital document. How are you, my sister? Yvonne asked Angela. I am alive. Now that your husband is going to be the president, your life will never be the same again. Who is going to be the president? Your husband. Madam, I beg, say something else. Don't you want to be the first lady of this country? Which kind yeye first lady? Angela asked. I am content with being the first lady of this house. You must be, Yvonne replied. After all, there are some women who are not that lucky. What luck? To be eating boiled yam and palm oil on a Sunday morning. Can't you advise this man to find a job? Which job can be better than being the president? Madam, you too. So you believe this man can be anything other than what he is? Yes, I do, Yvonne replied. You too should believe in him. I hear.
Here is my mission statement.
The woman collected the document from him and read it to the hearing of all. My mission statement. I am out to serve my fatherland as president, to feed every hungry citizen, to take care of the sick and the underprivileged, to clothe the naked, to house the homeless, to develop the morals and the mind of every citizen, and to put a smile on the face of the people.
Does it sound appealing?
It is wonderful, Yvonne said. It will be on our campaign banner. We shall have it on a plaque. The woman's visit was brief and businesslike. After she had gone, Fernando entered his study to read. The book that caught his fancy was Traditional Politics, written by Professor Seba Mensah and widely read by students of politics, under the heading, The Resume of a Traditional Politician.
The author stated, the traditional politician is corrupt, he is selfish, he is unpatriotic, he is vindictive, he is diabolical, he lacks principles, morals, and manners. He has no vision, no sense of mission, no sincerity of purpose.
Fernando had read the book several times, cover to cover. He had also used his pen to underscore the salient points for easy reference. As he skimmed through the pages this time, he read the postulate again.
For a country to develop as fast as possible, it must do away with traditional politicians. The political culture of every underdeveloped nation is rife with contradictions. The citizens know the right people to be in government, but they always manage to get the wrong ones. Politics is a matter of choice between the good and the bad. If the people fail to choose the prettiest of the doves, they will have the ugliest of the vultures as their bride. If ugly politicians conspire to ruin the nation, vote them out. If they rig the election, drag them to court. If the judiciary goes ahead to murder justice, then mass action and not military coup becomes the way forward.
Chapter 3. You are the kingmakers. The Saturday morning was cloudy and cold. It was dull, dreary, and devoid of promise. About noontime, when the tropical sun in the somewhat humid sky seemed so shy, and the midday heat was not so high, some men and women who had been streaming into the National Theatre in droves had formed a motley crowd. They came from the east and from the west, from the north and from the south, and from every direction of the trade winds. They came from Merigo, the place of origin of famous monarchs and nobles, the roots of long-forgotten vassals, serfs, and bondmen, the homeland of generation upon generation of soul brothers and sisters. They came from marshy Fingese, where the weary earth, exploited and exposed by man, was at every spark of the plug and at every turn of the wheel, parting with its fossil treasure and the relics of a romantic past. They came from Akama, where misery-shouldered mountain cliffs cropped to the sun in worship, and from Madashika, camel strides away from the Sahara Desert. They came from Samantutu, in the rich alluvial plains of the Niger, from the gold mine districts of Basimako and Takoradi and Okorikata, and from Okokobioko at the summit of Agada Hills, where host lions lived in their dens. They came from Akama, where misery-shouldered mountain cliffs cropped to the sun in worship, and from Madashika, camel strides away from the Sahara Desert. They came from Samantutu, in the rich alluvial plains of the Niger, from the gold mine district of Basimanko and Takoradi and Okirikata, and from Okokobioko at the summit of Agada Hills, where host lions lived in their dens, and canary birds sang wildlife-loving tourists to sleep. They came from Yakabo, Bekwasa, Ufunsonga, and Zambata, and from Bakarege, where powerful natives had somewhat mastered the art, some say science, of changing to carts, to oars, to dogs, and to fish. And from Dodokido, where banana could be as cheap as a 2 for a penny politician. If Basha wins the nomination, I will leave this party, said a young man from Dodokido. Me too, replied a Zambata man. He will lose, the first man said. Surely he must. Otherwise, this country will be in trouble. Money is not everything. A lady who had just joined them said, Malam Sheikai may be poor, but he is a good man. You are right, my sister. Basha is a fool. He is a rogue, a bloody crook. How dare you talk like this? Asked a party man who heard them call Chief Hali Basha names. You want to know? The lady asked. Because he is a thief, a rogue, and a crook. We won't vote for him. Go straight away and tell him so. Tribalism, replied the party man. You hate Chief Hali Basha because he is not from your tribe. Whether you like it or not, Basha shall be president. He recognized the three politicians to be Medonese because of the tribal marks on their faces. What did he do for your Ikoi tribe when he was a governor? The lady asked. That is none of your business, the Ikoi man replied, walking away from the presence of the Madoni people. The two candidates who had emerged after the first and second rounds of the nomination exercise were complete opposites. Hali Basha was born 56 years ago in Kakama. His father, an umbrella repairer, had died when he was in primary school at Akama. His mother, a petty trader, had managed to see him through elementary school. Thereafter, a Lebanese merchant employed him as a houseboy. While in the man's employ, he studied through correspondence and passed his ordinary levels West African School Certificate examination. Then his boss appointed him as a cashier. A year later, he absconded with his master's £100,000 and traveled to England. He stayed there for 16 years, working and schooling in some private institutions. He eventually returned home with a forged Bachelor of Science degree in banking. He was employed as an accountant by a commercial bank. He stole £2 million from the bank's vault, but denied he took the money. The bank took him to court. After 2 years, the case was dismissed for lack of evidence. He then resigned and invested stolen money in narcotics trade. A few years later, he became very rich. When a man became rich in Hali's tribe, he was made a chief. The Akama coding of Akama made the thief a chief. Thereafter, he contested for a state governorship seat and won. He was a governor for 4 years. During his tenure, he compelled every major contractor to pay a quarter of the sum for contracts awarded into his personal account in Switzerland. That way, he was able to amass over £10 billion as a governor. Chief Hali Basha, the Werewere of Akama, was the richest man from his state. He had houses in all the major cities in the country, as well as in London, New York, Los Angeles, Paris, and Geneva. He had 5 wives and 10 concubines. He had 24 children, a quarter of whom were social misfits. His first son, heir apparent to his vast empire, was serving a jail sentence for attempting to murder him 2 years earlier. Malam Abu Sheikha was born 58 years ago at Yakabo in northern states. He was a devout Muslim. He studied at Harvard University in the United States, where he obtained a first-class degree in economics. He came back home and joined the country's civil service as an auditor. He retired voluntarily after 20 years of meritorious service. He became Minister of Finance in Dodo's administration. After 2 years, he resigned his appointment in protest against the corruption prevalent in the government. When the ban on politics was lifted, he was chosen by prominent Madonese to run for the presidency under the platform of the Conservatives Convention. He initially declined, but when his close friend, Dr. Eddie Kabal, a rich medical practitioner from the MSSA tribe, decided to sponsor him, he agreed to join the race. The members of the Conservatives caucus were at the moment seen walking into one of the theater chambers. The caucus was made up of Chief Montgomery Ikoyiko, Chief Hali Basha, Sadan Luka, and Malam Lawa Taishi. After conferring for some minutes, they invited Malam Abu Sheikha into the chamber. "Congratulations, gentlemen," Ikoyiko, the party chairman, said. "Thank you," the other caucus members replied. Chief Ikoyiko was fair in complexion, so fair he could pass for a white man. He was huge and had a pot belly. The big belly was not a natural one. It was the result of the beer and pepper soup habit which he developed when he joined the Leisure League the very day he was appointed a minister. "I want to congratulate Chief Hali Basha and Malam Abu Sheikha," Ikoyiko said. "Both of you are warriors. That is what the voting pattern has revealed. Well, gentlemen, this is party politics. By this, I mean the politics of the party. That is the politics inside politics. You may choose to call it internal politics. Every party has a plan. Call it an agenda if you like. And whatever is carried out by way of nomination or primaries is done with that plan in mind. What am I saying? What I'm saying is that our party already has a presidential candidate. In other words, the final ballot will be a waste of time. Therefore, the nomination exercise will not continue. This is to avoid conflicts, acrimony, and factions in our party. Chief Halibasha, the Werewere of Akama, is the candidate of the party. This decision, which has been ratified by the party, is supreme. It cannot be questioned or subjected to any debate. Malam Abu Shekai is therefore expected to collect a check from Chief and thereafter go and announce that he has stepped down for him. To you, Chief, I say, congratulations. Each member of the caucus shook hands with Halibasha, congratulating him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Abu Sheikha said. Your views are noted. Can we go for the final voting? There was silence in the place. The caucus members looked at each other, surprise showing on their faces. The exercise is over, Malam Taishi said. I speak in my capacity as the chairman of elections. The party has spoken and its decision is final. Dan Luka, a short, dark and agile-looking man, said confidently. Shall we go for the final ballot? Malam Sheikha repeated. He was dark-complexioned, small in stature, and soft-spoken. Now is the time for us to talk, Iko said. Malam, tell me what you want. I want to see the outcome of the final ballot. What else? Iko asked. No more, no less. The party has spoken and there is nothing any individual can do about it. Lawa Taishi cut in. This is party politics. Lawal has said it all, Iko began. The party has chosen a candidate. Even if heavens fall, there will be no going back. However, we shall consider the possibility of making you Minister of Finance in Bashar's government or chairman of a board. Any office of your choice, Halibasha added. There was silence. The caucus members waited to hear what Sheikha had to say. Excuse me, he said. He rose to his feet and moved towards the door. The others followed him with anxious gazes. He opened the door and walked to the center of the theater, where he met some of his supporters. I want all my supporters to come inside, he said. Close to 2,000 delegates were inside the hall when he addressed them. Chief Iko says the nomination is over. He says Halibasha has won. The supporters went wild. They upturned the chairs in the theater while shouting and singing defiant songs. Iko must go, they chanted. Enough is enough. We no go gree. We want democracy, not oligarchy. Up, Sheikha, down, Bashar. Some of the protesters rushed in the direction of the chamber to confront the caucus members. When they saw that the door was locked, they broke the glass windows and threw stones and sticks into the chamber. The few policemen around could not contain the situation. Meanwhile, the caucus members hid themselves under the table, behind a shelf, inside an empty wardrobe. Amidst the confused state of affairs, the elders from Sheikha camp came together to discuss a peaceful way of resolving the conflict. Under police protection, they found their way into the chamber. We have come to find out why the final ballot will not take place, said Chief Ernest Chichom. the spokesman for the elders. There were 6 elders, each representing a state of the federation. This is party politics. Iko began.
No individual is greater than the party. We want peace. The final ballots will cause conflict and create factions in the party. A divided party cannot win a general election. To avoid rancor, the party has chosen a candidate for the presidential race. That candidate is Chief Hale Basha, the Werewere of Akama.
Who is the party?
The caucus is the party.
Why was Bashar chosen?
He has money. When I say money, I mean hard currency. Money, yes, money. That is what it takes to win an election.
Bashar can never be our candidate.
Then you are free to leave the party.
We no go gree. We cannot accept Ali Bashar. It is either Malam Abu Shekar or nothing.
Now, gentlemen, I want you to sit down and
No,
let's talk.
we no go gree. No, we won't sit down. We are not going to sit down. We are all right this way.
I want you to listen to me. The signal has shown that Malam Abu Shekar, your man, will win if we allow the final voting exercise to take place. He led in the first and second rounds, but we changed the figures in favor of Hale Basha. The reason he has performed so well is because those of you behind him are powerful. I commend your efforts and abilities. But should Shekar be our flag bearer, our party will lose at the general election. There are many reasons why that will be so. First, Malam Abu Shekar is a poor man. By our estimates, £500 million is needed to finance our presidential campaign. Chief Hale Basha has given us a check for that amount. That apart, Shekar is anti-establishment. He has been criticizing all administrations, including the present one. The head of state will not hand over to him, even if he decides to do so because of pressure from the pro-democracy activists. The members of the Supreme Ruling Council will not allow him to be sworn in as president. 3 out of the 8 council members, including Colonel Amata, are secret members of our party. Chief Hale Basha is their candidate. Furthermore, the Atalakpa of Merigo, the Akamakodi of Akama, the Ogrikpato of Fingesi, and the Odo of Bakwasa, the 4 most powerful monarchs in this country, are behind the Werewere. In addition to all this, Shekar is too religious. He will not let us make money out of government coffers if he becomes president. Why are we in politics? Is it to preach morals, as Malam is fond of doing, or to make money? You are the kingmakers. The people will accept any candidate of your choice. So you will go and tell them that the final ballot is not necessary. Now that we know you are the power behind a man's popularity, we shall give you money, plenty money. The money I am talking about is not our worthless currency. I am talking of US dollars.
Initially, the elders did not respond, but when they opened the 6 pouches handed to them, the Winogogri politician was the first to speak.
Thank you, sir. Chief Bashar is a very kind man. Let us allow him to be president, my people. What do you say?
It's all right.
We like him.
He's a good man.
We shall deliver your message.
Thank you, sir.
Each of the elders walked out of the chambers with $20,000. In the same manner, other rich and influential supporters of Abu Shekar were taken inside the place and given some money. In time, all other group leaders were accorded the treatment and they all accepted the decision of the party caucus. Meanwhile, the common people had heard that money exchanged hands in the chambers and were yet to confirm the rumors. Now, it was time for them to be addressed. Chief Ernest Chichom stood on the stage inside the theater and shouted,
To the nation,
Peace,
to our party,
power.
thank you very much. We have discussed with the caucus. We now know why they declared Chief Hale Basha winner.
Why?
Because of peace.
Peace my ass.
The final ballot is not necessary.
Why?
We don't want conflict.
You are a thief. You are a disgrace to this nation. You are a rogue.
I swear in the name of my forefathers, I did not receive a single penny from anybody.
You are a liar. You are a nincompoop.
Look, my people, you don't understand this matter. I am protecting your interests. We need peace.
You are a liar.
I am not a liar. I am a traditional chief.
Traditional thief. Rogue. Shameless man.
To the nation.
Thief.
To the nation.
Thief. Traditional thief.
The politician did not care about his name. He was concerned about how to spend the dollars concealed in his agbada. He had made up his mind a few minutes ago to use the money to buy a new car, his seventh, and marry a young girl to join the two old women in his house. When the protest became too much, Chief Iko telephoned the Inspector General of Police and said,
"This is Chief Iko speaking for the National Theatre. There is trouble here. Send down your men immediately."
"Yes, Chief," the police boss replied. "I will draft them right away." When the police had taken full control of the situation, Malam Lawataishi came out of hiding and said,
"Due to the time constraints, the Electoral Committee has decided to use the results of the second round as final. In accordance with the electoral rules of our party, I hereby declare Chief Hale Basha the presidential candidate of the Conservative Convention. Thank you."
Chapter 4. Your destiny lives in your dream. Amedumego Fernando was born in 1954 in Merigo City. He attended Government College, Bekwasa, and the famous Oxford University. He obtained a doctorate degree in philosophy and returned home with the aim of helping his country grow into a great nation. He joined Apes University as a teacher. That same year, he took Angela to the altar. He was 17 when he traveled overseas and knew next to nothing about the difference between misery and a good life. His sojourn in Europe taught him that before he traveled, the standard of living in his country was high. In those days, money realized from the sale of mineral deposits and cash crops was used to improve the lot of the people. But when corruption set in a few years later, the situation changed. That was how public money started to go into private pockets of the leaders. The more money they stole, the poorer the nation became. The country, which was well off at the time of independence, became one of the 10 poorest nations of the world. The irony of it all was that the leaders who ruled the people and stole their riches were numbered among the richest men in the world. They used the money to build private mansions, buy luxury cars, marry many wives, and maintain many concubines. They used the money to buy aeroplanes and ships and yachts. They used the money to buy titles of nobility in palaces, churches, and universities. They used the money to lure single girls and married women to bed. For reasons not unconnected with retribution, when these leaders died, their sons, who often turned out to be nonentities, fought over their father's ill-gotten wealth for the rest of their lives. The country that Fernando used to know and whose national anthem he used to recite with pride had changed so much while he was away. By the time Sir Effiam Dodo and General Eja Molan left the scene, corruption had become commonplace. The good people who were inclined to do that which was good and who constantly strove to avoid evil were corrupted by the bad, who held the good and the bad hostage, consistently brooding evil and appropriating sugar and milk and honey in measures to the baddest. All who would take sugar must walk the way of the bee. All who would suck milk must turn some fellows into cows. All who crave for honey must have the heart to kill the bees and take their sweat away. When all this happened, it was clear that the bad were set to wipe out all that was good in the land. if a Sunday school teacher had put up an argument before the unschooled that the world was passing away, he would have been taken seriously because corruption and perversion had spread across the land. The flock of the faithful, who watched and prayed, waiting for the signs, wondered if the reign of Satan had not begun. A prophet once swore apocalypse had come. He would not have said as much if he had a passport to take him across the Mediterranean and the Pacific and across the whole world, where he would find out that the situation was not the same in other lands. When vanity, a cheap article, takes over all the stores in the market, the traders of virtue, a scarce commodity, have no choice but to spread their expensive articles in the open. The low patronage will not matter, for we both know that many consumers do not go for expensive items where cheap articles exist. So, a great multitude of men and women walked the smooth, wide road to Perversion Fair. To the buyers and sellers at the marketplace, a lie was common merchandise. But no matter how hard the bad tried to sell their stock in trade, the not so bad and the good, never mind what they say that no one is good, raise their voices to condemn lies, to chant bad is bad. The refrain of a deviant song, composed and made popular by Dr. Usima Dekutu, that unforgettable hero, brave and brilliant, who died in the struggle to free his country from the hands of a tyrant. The song says, "If you like, hunt us, bad is bad. If you like, harm us, bad is bad. If you like, hang us, bad is bad." When Dr. Usima Dekutu and many other heroes died in the hands of General Edgar Moulin, the tyrant thought that would be the last he would hear from them, since dead men were said not to talk. But alas, the ghost of the martyrs knew where to go. They collected the residential address of their murderer and visited the man day and night. General Edgar Moulin, now in self-exile, became a mental case ever since. In this land of perversion, many would-be heroes, weary of the burden of the cross, and the distance to the mountaintop fell by the wayside. Still, the tribe survived. The tribe survived. The tribe of noble fellows who had the courage to say the truth so that lies sold wholesale in high places would not go unchallenged. The tribe survived. The tribe of honorable citizens who accepted to wear prison uniforms so that the rest of the people would be free. The tribe survived. The tribe of martyrs who, knowing there was no other world other than the wicked one they lived in, were brave enough to die so that their country would live. Fernando, an angry young man, found out shortly after his return from Europe that it was the tribe of heroes and not the sugar community that he belonged to. Again and again, the language of his tribe. This useless administration, this stupid government, these corrupt people, these wuru-wuru politicians, these yeye leaders. Over the years, the newspaper had published series of essays written by him condemning the evils that plagued the society. But he was always careful not to be too direct to avoid being victimized by those in authority. Whenever in a traffic jam occasioned by bad roads, or in the government hospitals existing without drugs, whether at checkpoints where policemen extorted money from motorists at gunpoint, or at the site of the usually long and sickening queue of the underprivileged waiting to have a ration from the Catholic soup kitchen, he poured his verbal venom on the leaders of the country. But when on 24 December 1986, he saw, for the first time in his life, normal human beings, men, women, and children, search for food in a refuse dump in Pearl Town, he was too shocked for words. Wara Ose, a slum notorious for its overcrowded houses, streets, and markets, was his district where the derelicts and the dregs of society converged to make a living. Those who scavenge for survival here had taken it as a duty to come in search of food at the dump site that demarcated their community from Pearl Town. The discovery that people were eating from refuse dump had prompted the philosophy teacher to take a closer look at the matter. When he studied them very well, he found out that some of the experienced scavengers had a way of intercepting those who regularly disposed of kitchen garbage so that the food items were collected just as they were being dumped. When he carried out further research on the matter, he found out that on a lucky day, they could go home with fried rice, cooked beans, bread, yam, cocoyam, plantain, and bananas in different stages of contamination. And that when such items as chicken heads and intestine, rotten beef, pork, and fish were found, they were used to break the monotony of eating without meat. It took him days to absorb the shock brought about by his findings. He went to St. John's Catholic Church at Adana, his usual place of worship, and prayed to God to grant him an opportunity to serve the nation in a capacity that would enable him alleviate the sufferings of ordinary citizens. Since that prayer was offered, he had waited for an open door. When Colonel Ali invited all patriots who believed they could provide exemplary leadership to come out and contest the elections, Fernando concluded that his prayers were being answered. The man was committed to handing over power to a set of patriotic citizens. It was in a bid to encourage them that his government made a provision for independent candidates, as it was known that some patriots would not want to be in league with never-do-well politicians. The benevolent dictator who took charge after some military officers had driven away General Edgar Molan in a coup d'etat in the first month of that year, had promised to hand over power to an elected government the following year in response to the campaign for democracy mounted by pro-democracy groups at home and abroad. So far, 19 politicians had publicly declared that they wanted to be president. The 20th and last person to declare his ambition in a public gathering was Fernando. On that day, he wore a sky blue kaftan sewn some 5 years ago with cheap Kampala print, the product of a backyard mill. The dress, which was the most flamboyant ceremonial attire in his wardrobe, had faded seriously, partly because it was made of low-quality cotton and dye, and partly because it had been worn and washed too frequently. He had on his feet a pair of old-fashioned torpedo shoes, the pair he bought and used during his matriculation ceremony in his first year at Oxford. When he stepped out of the house without bothering to look at a dressing mirror and without paying attention to Angela's disapproving eyes, the woman rushed out to tell him how ancient he looked in his camphor-smelling dress. Upon a second thought, she stopped at the door to wave at Yvonne, who was sitting in her Mercedes coupe, waiting for Fernando to enter. And before the nagging one could hiss and spit out a stream of invectives, they were gone. The main auditorium of Apex University was filled to capacity. All kinds of people had come to grace the occasion. At exactly 11 that morning, Albert Telibe, a practicing architect and secretary of Greater Tomorrow Society, walked to the stage to address the audience. He was of medium height, fat, and masculine. From the 3 little marks on each side of his cheeks, the marks that looked like the triple stripes of a sergeant, you could tell that he was from the Kokowa tribe. He wore a pair of lenses as a corrective measure against his short-sightedness. He wore a navy blue English suit, a maroon tie, and a pair of Spanish shoes. The young man took the microphone and began to speak in a deep voice.
Elders, senior citizens, distinguished guests, Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this occasion. We are here to witness an event in the series of events that will change the destiny of this nation and alter the course of world history. In the light of this, you should consider yourselves lucky to be here. This country attained independence 24 years ago. Since then, our people have been ruling us. One civilian and 2 military men have been in the saddle. A group of soldiers and Air Force personnel had attempted to overthrow the first military administration without success. Consequently, 170 of them, men and officers of the armed forces, were executed by a firing squad. The civilians and military officers who have been ruling us have done so much for us. Without them, we wouldn't be where we are today. What they have achieved in 24 years of our existence as an independent nation can be seen everywhere, especially on the face of every common man in the streets. Brothers and sisters, permit me to address the truth. Our people are hungry and angry. They want a leader who will give them jobs. They want a leader who will put smiles on their faces. For years, they have cried like a baby who must cry to get what she wants. The Greater Tomorrow Society heard the cry and took it upon herself to search for a leader that can dry the tears. The search took us through all the corners of this country until we eventually found him. He is patriotic, sincere, sympathetic, intelligent, and result-oriented. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Amadu Mengu Fernando, the man you have been waiting for.
A deafening ovation followed. Fernando walked to the stage while a video cameraman recorded every step he took. A group of Apex University students belonging to the Greater Tomorrow Society beat their drums and sang an emotional song. Oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo. Fernando has no rival, Fernando has no rival, Fernando has no rival. Oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo, oh yo yo yo. Fernando has no rival, Fernando has no rival, Fernando has no rival. Oh yo yo yo, Fernando has no rival, Fernando has no rival, Fernando has no rival. Oh yo yo yo. The group continued to sing their Oh yo 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 song and dance to the rhythm until Telibe clapped his hands several times, signifying they should stop. Fernando came with a prepared speech, the address which was interrupted paragraph after paragraph by thunderous rounds of applause and drum beats read.
Elders, eminent persons, colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for honoring this invitation. While I say thanks, I would like to assure you that your presence here is being recorded in history because you, the makers of the president, are the writers of history. I am convinced that you have accepted this historic role not because you are compelled to do so by the base motives, but because you want to be involved in the shaping of your own destiny. Men and women, believe what I say to you now. Your destiny lives in your dream. I am proud to be a citizen of this country. I am prepared to protect and defend her sovereignty, for I have no other to call my own. I have been to all the states of the Federation and seen the greatness that awaits us. Our homeland stretches from the Atlantic Ocean to the mountains, with inland rivers and streams running through a vast area of fertile forest and arable savanna. The rain falls in every month of the year and sun shines every day. We have abundant mineral resources on land and beneath the sea. Our environment supports the production of crops and animals. We have skilled men and women. Our people have ideas, vision, and drive. In spite of these endowments, we are hungry and miserable. What is our problem? In fairness to our past leaders, they were never idle. They were never I do. They built schools, hospitals, courts, prison yards, roads, dams, bridges, airports, factories, and other amenities. Each year, they announce budget and build more and more of these things. But are structured enough to wipe out the misery of a nation? The answer is no. We export tons of rubber, cotton, cocoa, groundnut annually. We export barrels of crude oil and tons of gold every week. In spite of this, you and I are among the most miserable human beings on earth. What is our problem? The development of country is measured by the quality of life of the people who live there, and not by the quantity of structures laid down for them. Now, our leaders talk about development. No one talks about the misery index. For this reason, I ask, how developed is a nation when the so-called dregs of society eat from the refuse dump? How developed is a nation when every common man lives in the slum? How developed is a nation when the children of the poor are compelled to be beggars, hawkers, prostitutes, or thieves? How developed is a nation when our best brains must go to foreign nations to work or waste at home? How developed is a nation that allows our leaders to enact laws and pursue policies aimed at annulling their future, their children's future, and the future of their children's children? Ladies and gentlemen, our problem is leadership. The reluctance of men and women of noble minds to participate in politics and government has encouraged the emergence of a set of ugly citizens who have taken over the scene the way Hyacinth covers the sea. They ruled the nation in the days of Dodo. They ruled in the days of Molan. Even in the present transition government, they occupy all sensitive positions. How long shall we continue to suffer in the hands of a selfish oligarchy? It is true that hungry people shout loudest when there is nothing to eat, but stay dumb when they have no more space in their stomachs. I am thinking about the Novi Ricci. They talk like us today and turn to them tomorrow. It would have been right to suggest that all hungry men and women who complain too much should not rock the boat, since their time shall come. But I tell you, the loot will not go round, because the rich will always get richer and the poor poorer. So if you are an elite hoping to reap from the jamboree in your time, think twice. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall not bore you any longer with the sad tale of a backward nation. The good news is here at last. When I become president, my primary assignment will be to feed every hungry citizen, to take care of the sick and underprivileged, to clothe the naked, to house the homeless, to develop the moral and mind of every citizen, and more than anything else, to put a smile on your face. Finally, I would like to end this address by making a solemn pledge. When I become the president of our beloved country, I will serve my people with the fear of God. Thank you.
That day was a speech-making day. The chairman of Greater Tomorrow Society, Dar Salam, was the next to speak, taking over the microphone after the ovation that greeted Fernando's final words had died down. He dwelt on the need for all citizens to support the government of Colonel Alison Ali. After him came Yvonne, whose Oyoyoyo song, rendered at the end of her speech, captivated the audience to the extent that while she was still singing, the dancers from Apex University rushed to the stage to drum and to greet her with a confetti of roses. Mr. Shekon Isomina, a millionaire businessman from Fernando's Ava tribe, and Malam Abe Musa, a rich merchant from Yakabo, were also given the opportunity to address the people. The next item on the program was refreshment. They were served fried rice, coconut rice, fried chicken, beverages, and beer. While the eating and drinking was going on, Kukuwa traditional dancers, Ifo folks dancers, and Madoni acrobatic troupe took turns to perform to the admiration of the audience. At last, the rally was brought to a conclusion. Albert Telebe delivered the closing speech in the evening hours and on behalf of the society bade the people goodbye. Chapter 5. I know why the African is poor. Sule Monte, the flag bearer of the People's Socialist Party in the presidential election, was a lawyer and a social critic. He was one of the people who struggled for the country's independence from Great Britain. He was short, slender, dark in complexion, and heavily bearded. This man, who had once called himself an apostle of Karl Marx, had been preaching socialism to the people right from the days of colonialism, but he had never been in government to implement his ideas. Born in 1931, he had lived to see the successes recorded by the socialist countries of Russia, China, Bulgaria, Poland, and Cuba, and believed in all sincerity that socialism was a solution to his country's problems. While addressing a mass rally shortly after his nomination, he had said,
"We shall establish a socialist government. We shall probe all past administrations. We shall eradicate corruption. We shall empower the masses. We shall create an independent judiciary. We shall run a transparent government. We shall provide food for all citizens. We shall provide free houses for proletaires. We shall abolish school fees. We shall abolish hospital charges. We shall abolish flat rate tax and other levies. We shall fight against bourgeoisie interests. We shall eradicate poverty. We shall make all men equal."
Sule Monte was a veteran in the art of social criticism. During the colonial era, he was arrested several times by the police for his opposition to British rule. Tried twice, convicted in one, and sentenced to 6 months imprisonment. He served his sentence gleefully, hoping that his people would know freedom one day. But the freedom did not come, even after the country had become independent. For the civilian government of Sir Afiam Dodo and General Edgar Molan military dictatorship pursued a policy of oppression against the people. When Dodo officially proclaimed the republic a one-party state and himself life president, Sule Monte led a protest march round the major streets of Marigo, calling on him to resign. The president ordered his arrest. He was kept in prison custody together with 72 other opposition leaders without trial. All except 4 who died due to the horrible prison conditions were released in the 6th year of their incarceration. This took place a few months before Dodo's administration was toppled by General Edgar Molan. The activist was undeterred. For daring to criticize the government of General Molan, he was arrested, tortured, tried, and sentenced to death. Prior to that time, and on different occasions, Dr. Usima Dekutu and 6 others had been hanged for contravening the decree forbidding anybody from criticizing Molan's government. Sule Monte was awaiting execution by the hangman when Molan's administration was overthrown. Colonel Alison Ali became head of state on that same day and granted him and several other political prisoners amnesty. Despite escaping death by the skin of the teeth, the lawyer did not give up the old habit of criticizing powerful citizens. Already, his utterances were causing the ruling class sleepless nights. Colonel Kufuor Amata took it personal and, in his usual display of military arrogance, sent soldiers to the social critic, threatening to arrest him if he did not stop opening his mouth too wide. Instead of succumbing to intimidation, Sule Monte organized a press conference at Delta Square, where he called for the man's removal as deputy head of state and dismissal from the army. Who, if not Sule Monte, could go that far in an era of military dictatorship? Who could be so bold as to challenge a bloodthirsty soldier, the one who had once employed assassins to kill a journalist a day after the writer had criticized him in a newspaper? "I won't be the one to kill him," the colonel had told one of his colleagues. "I don't kill people who have made up their minds to die." But you can't allow a common civilian to say that and go scot-free. "Oh no," replied Amata. "He is not a civilian. He is a lunatic. I want to make a martyr out of a madman, if that is what you say." The people were asking questions. So many questions. The questions were pointing towards Sulemonte, and as they put it, the whys of his ways. Why did he have to waste his energy fighting to change a rotten society? Why did he have to deprive himself and his family the good things of life because of his country? Why did he have to suffer when he had what it took to be comfortable? "My oga no get sense," his driver has once said to a friend. "Na so grammar e dey speak. Imagine a whole lawyer, e no fit buy correct motor, e no fit build mansion, e no fit chop better food. See him trouser don fall comot from him waist. Still yet, e dey blow grammar. Every time masses, every time human rights. Wetin dey vex me pass na the wahala wey him dey cause for checking point. Instead of am to drop money for police as everybody dey do, e go dey quote law sotey police go say make we carry our bad luck dey go." "My oga no be like that," his friend had replied. "E dey give money to police for checking points. Even sef, him dey chop bribe pass police. That's why e fit get this big car and two mighty buildings. Oga get sense well. Every day after work, e dey make sure say e take pepper soup and big stout. E go make sure say one small girl under 16 dey by him side. When dem don chop finish, I go drive dem go one corner hotel for yonder. My oga na correct man. Na me dey help am talk big lie put for madam face, and e dey settle me well." When the Poverty Society of Africa invited Sulemonte to come and address them at their annual convention shortly after his nomination as a presidential candidate, it was an opportunity to once again fire his arsenal at his enemies. He did an elaborate compilation on poverty in Africa, the topic he had decided to speak on. Once he had assembled some facts and figures, he set off to the National Theatre to deliver the address. The radical politician stood before his audience and said,
"Poverty is a disease, a sacrilegious illness, a cantankerous ailment, and a mental sickness. It is dehumanizing, degrading, depressive, defamatory, and demonic. It is distressing, distasteful, disagreeable, and disequalizing. If the seeds of poverty are allowed to sprout, grow, and bear fruits, we should all be prepared to see on Harvest Day a great infestation of crime and sin and death. Poverty is a serious matter. Poverty in our country is not and cannot be a matter of choice because the poor did not make up their minds to be poor. Poverty in our country is not and cannot be a matter of destiny because the gods are not so unjust. Poverty in our country, and indeed in Africa, is an expression of wanton deprivation. The underprivileged, the derelicts, and the dregs of society deserve to know why they have been reduced to a position of perpetual penury. There is an explanation. Our people are poor, not because they are stupid or lazy or less endowed, but because our leaders are heartless. This story that is now history is about General Edgar Morin, a former head of state of this country who used his privileged position to amass stupendous wealth. While in office, the dictator made sure every major contractor paid 20% of the contract sum awarded to him into his foreign bank accounts. The deal was effected through an agent. This meant all the contracts had to be inflated, executed poorly, or abandoned. When the head of state left office, he had accumulated over 10 billion US dollars in his foreign accounts. Fellow compatriots, you know very well that 10 billion US dollars is enough to set up several farms that can employ several millions of people and produce several tons of food and eradicate poverty. 10 billion US dollars is more than enough to supply safe water and regular electricity to all towns and villages. We have been cheated. We have been exploited. We have been raped. Our treasury has been looted. Our future has long been mortgaged. The consequences now stare us squarely in the face. Food has become a luxury to many. There are no jobs for graduates and school leavers. More and more young men are becoming criminals. Young women and girls are becoming prostitutes. The children of the poor cannot go to school because of high school fees. There are no drugs in public hospitals, no safe water to drink. Electricity supply is irregular. Our roads are death traps, all because the hero of the story, General Edgar Morin, and other thieves like Sir Afyan Dodo, Chief Haile Basha, and Chief Montgomery Iko have taken away our money and kept them in foreign banks where they harvest interest every month. Our leaders live on interest, fabulous interest, arising from extraordinarily large deposits. If our money stolen by our leaders and deposited in private accounts in Switzerland, Britain, America, Germany, France, and other countries was used to develop this country, all the hungry people will be fed, all the jobless will be employed, all public hospitals will have drugs, and many poor citizens who have died because they could not afford medical bills will still be alive. Just as the world is round, so also is the history of mankind. In the days of slave trade, our kings, chiefs, and merchants sold our men, women, and children to white men as slaves. Whereas our people worked in the white man's plantation in those days, our money is today working in the white man's country to uplift their commerce and industry and provide employment for their citizens. Whereas our kings and chiefs and merchants forced our people into slavery in those days, today our leaders are making the conditions of living so unbearable that our people, even educated ones, prefer to do menial jobs in Europe and America than live in this God-forsaken country.
The firebrand politician said much more. Finally, he quipped in a sorrowful voice.
Our continent, Africa, is today a famished land, and we all know why. I know why the African is poor.
The stealing of public funds by public officials came to be regarded as a norm in the country. The government had in that year detected a clear case of embezzlement by Navy Commander Marome Tahara, the governor of Northern State. In his first 100 days in office, he diverted £6 million, the money set aside for the immunization of children, into his private account in Marigold Merchant Bank. Within 1 month, 3,000 babies died in Yakabo General Hospital as a result of yellow fever, one of the diseases that the vaccination that was not carried out was supposed to prevent. Sule Omonte, the man who was never afraid to talk, got the information and sent a petition to Colonel Alison Ali. The governor was removed from office and dismissed from the Navy after a panel of investigation proved that there was a fraud. The money which he stole was returned to the public treasury, but not a single baby sent to the great beyond could be brought back to life. That was the first time in the history of the nation that a highly placed public figure was dismissed from office on charges of corruption and made to return what he had stolen. No corrupt leader had suffered such a fate before, not even during the reign of General Morin, when all governors, ministers, and commissioners stole public funds and used part of the money to build mansions in their villages and major cities for all to see. General Molan's legacy somehow became useful in the study of corruption. In his book, I Know Why the African is Poor, Professor Seba Mensah devoted a chapter to what he termed Molanization, a phenomenon whereby the leader of a country, region, or district steals a colossal sum of public funds while in office, leaving his people grossly impoverished. This book, from which Sule Monte obtained most of the information he passed on to the Poverty Society of Africa, was published 3 months after Molan's fall. The Guardian, in its book review column, had commented saying, "Our scholars have often attributed the mystery in Africa to the foreigners who colonized the continent. We are of the opinion that the students of history should look beyond that. The time has come for us to talk about the natives who colonized their own nations. If colonization is actually a noun, a proper noun, then Molanization must be the obvious pronoun." Chapter 6. Our leaders are not to blame. The network television was on air, and the presenter of Nascent Democracy, a Monday evening program, was saying,
"The wave of political activities sweeping across our nation in recent times is remarkable. All those involved, the conservatives, the socialists, and the independents, are set for a keen contest. The right-wing politicians who have dominated the scene since the beginning of self-rule are for the first time finding it difficult to assert their supremacy over other contenders. The large number of independent candidates, mainly of progressive mood, is making matters worse for the reactionaries. It is clear to us that the desire of the ruling class to record an overwhelming victory at the various levels of government is being threatened. Over 10,000 candidates have so far submitted their participation documents to the General Electoral Commission, most of them being independent candidates. The large number has prompted our darling station to send a newsman to the field to find out why many citizens want to be in government. This is what they say: because they are idle, because politics is the easiest way to acquire wealth, because there is sufferment in our country, because they not get handwork, because they are afraid that their tribes may become marginalized, because there are no checks and balances to ensure that those in government do not steal public funds, because any fool can contest and win an election in our country." You see, that is the beauty of democracy. What else can I say? The image of a typical politician can scarcely be seen in a different light, because the dress worn by him is naturally his own, because the fabric which the designer had made for him by knitting the views of a million weavers into an inferior print is very much like the attire that accompanied him on his journey to this world, because the cut and sew sailors have made the dress with wuru-wuru cloth, mago-mago thread, yama-yama button, inferior articles supplied by the politician himself, because no laundry soap or bleaching powder can change the make and color of the garments, because what was seen as an old-fashioned garb worn in ancient days by some ignoble lords has fitted every 2 for a penny politician.
Fernando was a giant in a tailor's shop. The attributes that made him stand out in a motley crowd of political turncoats and opportunists, of power brokers and jobbers, of clowns and charlatans, and of unsuspecting fronts and masquerades arose from his character, ideas, and beliefs. Wherever he went to campaign, he reaffirmed without mincing words his beliefs.
Every living soul, man or woman, has a purpose for being in this world. I believe the purpose is to do things that will glorify its creator, to be of help to one another, to make the world a better place. I believe in a noble cause, and for this cause I am set to pay the supreme price. I am prepared to live and die for my fatherland. I am prepared to lead and leave behind a good legacy. I have long made up my mind to be an exemplary leader, and no Jupiter can stop me. It is my belief that every nation needs a good leader for her to be able to make meaningful progress. It is my belief that any nation that is ruled by a gang of thieves will sooner or later become a rogue nation. A country is as good as the character of the leadership. If the leadership of a country is good, the country will be good. If the leadership is bad, the country will be rotten. For this reason, any generation that allows evil men to rule them eventually ends up a miserable generation. Imagine the future that awaits the children of a miserable lot. Our people are hungry. Our people are sick. They are dying in their thousands, dying of poverty, hunger, and disease. The reason why this is so, despite the riches of the land, is bad leadership. We have allowed blind men to lead us for too long. Now tell me, can a blind man lead a blind man?
No.
My people, are you going to fold your arms and watch a bunch of blind men lead you for the rest of your lives?
No.
This country has suffered for so long in the hands of men who are blinded by stupid desires, men who lack vision, men who are myopic in their thinking, men with blockheads, men with shallow brains, men who think life is all about owning mansions, cars, wives, mistresses, and children. You know them very well. When they are in office, they spend all their time acquiring money to meet their selfish desires. They want to build mansions. They want to keep many girlfriends. They want to lodge billions of pounds in the bank for their children and their children's children. For this, they steal public money and leave you miserable. Any politician who is interested in making money at the expense of this country is a bad leader. We have many of them in our towns and villages. You know them. You know them too well. You voted for them in the past and they failed you. They have come again. Country people, they have come again to ask you for your votes. Will you vote for them again?
No.
Never.
If you vote for me, I will set a good example for every citizen to follow.
That day was the day Fernando made the longest speech throughout his political career. When he finally talked about the peculiar problems of Fingese, the crowd yelled out with their hearts. The chairman of Fingese Welfare Union later responded to the address. He dwelt on the hardship in the land. Finally, he said, "We want you to remember to put Ifo's sons and daughters in good positions when you win. Petroleum is produced abundantly from our soil. So we want you to make an Ifo man Minister of Petroleum. It is only the Kukua people who have been enjoying that lucrative post. We want a man from our tribe to be there so that our people can enjoy the money too. We want the iron and steel industry that will be set up soon to be in this town. We also want you to tar our bad rules. Thank you very much." Chief Hali Basha watched the rally on television and dismissed it as a mediocre show. The following week, he went to the city to carry out his own campaign. The event took place at the palace of the Oguripatu of Fingese.
Our country is great. We are one of the greatest black nations in the world. Our leaders have always come up with good policies, but when it comes to implementation, the followers spoil it. My people, not so.
Na so.
The problem with this country was not caused by the leaders. It is an inherited problem, colonial heritage. Our colonial masters are the cause of our problems. They came to this country to teach us bad things. The industrialized nations, USA, Britain, Canada, Germany, Italy, France, and Japan are the cause of our problems. They are the ones manipulating our leaders through the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Our leaders are not to blame. It is the foreign powers who buy our raw materials cheap and sell their products at high prices that are the architects of our economic problems. The advanced nations don't like us. My people, not so.
Na so.
Our people too don't like themselves. Instead of supporting the government so that this nation will be great, they preach anarchy and confusion. These people who are talking about socialism are the enemies of this country. They want revolution. They want war. My people, do you want war?
No.
The greatest problem we have in this country is the problem of bad followership. Our people complain too much. That is not good. Our people do not work hard. They want government to do everything for them. Can government do everything?
No.
Some people think the problem is leadership. I say no. The problem is that we are all corrupt. The cleaner is corrupt. The messenger is corrupt. The driver is corrupt. The manager is corrupt. The director is corrupt. Who is not corrupt? Nobody. When I become your president, I will set up a committee to find out why everyone is corrupt. The chairman and members of the committee will be chosen from our party members.
The king, a supporter of Ali Basha, clapped his hands. Others followed his lead.
Some useless people, including one small rat who says he wants to be president, are saying our people are hungry. Are we a hungry people?
No.
We even have enough food to feed cats and dogs. In some countries, cats and dogs are strictly for the rich, but here anybody can keep them. Can a hungry people keep cats and dogs?
No.
Let me tell you, some of you here are richer than some white men, yet our people complain. Anyway, when I become president, I will set up a committee to study why our people complain too much. On poverty, I am going to set up a committee to find out why some of you are poor. I don't want you to be poor. I care for you. Your welfare is what gives me sleepless nights. I shall make sure poverty is eradicated from our society. It is not good to vote for a poor man as president because a poor man cannot make others rich. Not so?
Not so.
Those of us who are rich, we use our good heads to attract fortune to everyone. My people, not so?
Not so.
Money is not my problem. My problem is how to solve your problems. In short, I don't even know whether I will collect my salary when I become president. I have money already. It is not good for few men to be rich while others are poor. So if you vote for me, I will make you rich. Anyway, the Committee on Poverty will look into that. To the nation,
Peace.
To our party,
Power.
It is time for me to talk about politics. We are here because of politics. Not so?
Not so.
Politics is a learning process. It took the advanced nations over 200 years to learn democracy, and our country only started learning yesterday. So, my people, do not listen to all those troublemakers who say we are not making progress. Each time they talk about change, you tell them all we need is peace. We need peace, not change. My people, not so?
Not so.
To the nation,
Peace.
to our party,
Power.
All we need is peace. As far as this country is concerned, nothing will change. People who talk about change have never won elections in our land, and they will never win. Those who won elections before will be the ones to win again and again because nothing ever changes. It is only a fool who would like to be in the opposition. Do you want to be in the opposition?
No.
I know my supporters. I shall give you jobs.
Yay.
I shall give your children scholarship.
Yay.
I shall make you rich.
Yay.
I want to thank His Royal Highness King Asonkoko Ifanso, chiefs, party members, and the good people of Fingesi for listening to me. I promise that you will enjoy and enjoy. That enjoyment will start right here. To show you that I don't tell lies and that I fulfill promises, I will make you enjoy right now. I have brought cartons of beer and imported gin, distilled and bottled in London. I don't deal in local stuff. The drinks are for you. I also have non-alcoholic drinks for those who need them.
God will bless you.
That is what you gain by supporting a winner. I believe in improving your conditions of living now, even before the election. That is why I brought you London gin. But my opponents are promising better life next year. Why not now?
Oh.
All of you should drink and make merry. This is the beginning. Better days are ahead. When I become president, I shall import rice from Thailand.
Yay.
I shall import fish from Norway.
Yay!
I shall import milk from Germany.
Yay!
I shall import wine from France.
Yay!
I shall import cassava from Jamaica.
Yay! Chapter 7. They have no school. Fernando visited Dodokido, a village by the bank of River Reed. He got there in the afternoon after traveling 500 kilometers by road. Salam and 5 henchmen embarked on the journey with him from Merigo. They stopped over at Yakabo, where Malam Abe Musa, one of his campaign coordinators and a major contributor to his campaign fund, hosted them. Musa, a dark, huge and humble man, had earlier bought the candidate a car to enhance his social status and ease his movement. After a brief entertainment, the coordinator mobilized his followers and provided 2 cars to take him and his men to Dodokido. They traveled in a convoy through the Yakabo Expressway before diverting into an earth road. "What kind of road is this?" Fernando asked as they drove through a succession of potholes. "This is what our people are suffering here," replied Musa, who shared the same car with him. "You know Suleimonte is from here, and that the people have always supported him in elections," replied Musa. "When he contested against Dodo shortly before independence and failed, the ruling party blacklisted his community." "Do they have pipe-borne water?" "No," Musa replied. "They drink stream water." "Do they have electricity?" "No." "Do they have hospital?" "Not even a clinic." "What about secondary schools?" "They have no school. The one that was in place before Sir Afam Dodo became president was closed down just to punish the villagers for voting against him. Why should a sane leader do that? Actually, Dodo scored 2% in that election. To worsen matters, when General Mulan became head of state, Sule Monte was also opposed to him, so the man continued where Dodo left off. Fernando took note of all the things that Musa had told him, with the hope of talking about them in his campaign speech.
I love you all.
Shut up!
I will improve your...
Ooh!
What are your problems?
Shut up!
I am going to...
Ooh! At this moment came a whistle. A young man, dark, tall, and slim, walked towards the platform where Fernando stood. The man's intention was to get to the candidates, slap him on the face, and ignite a fight. Abam, an agent of the local office of the People's Socialist Party, had many followers, and as he walked, his men and boys followed him, armed with machetes, knives, daggers, broken bottles, and chanting war songs. "I will solve your problems as soon as possible." "Shut up!" Abam shouted at him. "Let him speak," one of the villagers said. "I say no," Abam replied. "Let him go to his village." "He must speak," another villager said. "I say no," Abam replied again, still advancing, but slowly this time because of the crowd. As he made steady progress through the thick crowd, the villagers avoided him, thus creating a way for him to pass. "Who be the goat who won't be president?" he asked. "Look at him," one of his boys replied, pointing to Fernando. "Say your last prayer," Abam said. "Your own don't finish." "If I lie, make I die." Abam and his followers had stolen the show. The other hooligans looked on, satisfied that Abam was capable of stopping the rally from holding. The fierce-looking policeman and Fernando's henchmen were already shuffling and positioning themselves in combat readiness. "My friend," Fernando said, looking straight into Abam's eyes, "wetin your people want?" "Your head." "Okay, let me talk first. You can have my head later." "You dey craze?" Abam asked. "I think you bring police. We go beat you." "Beat police." The policeman immediately changed his position and pointed his gun at Abam. Yogo yogo, Abam laughed. If bullets enter my body, no be my mama born me. There was confusion at the square. The hooligans brandished their weapons. The policeman and the henchmen looked at them menacingly. The crowd milled around like a swarm of bees about to settle on a tree. In no time, the henchmen and the hooligans were engaging themselves in a shouting match. When it appeared that the natives, who outnumbered the men from Marigo, were gaining the upper hand, one of the henchmen brought out a small juju calabash and told an opponent that he would go home with a withered hand if he dared touch Fernando. On hearing this, a native doctor brought out a powdery substance from his bag and started blowing it into the air. Unperturbed by the hooting of an angry crowd, the hooligan followed up the magical demonstration with an incantation. Meanwhile, Abam was busy quarreling with another henchman who had challenged him to a physical combat. In the aftermath of the shouting and the hooting and the boasting and the display of juju, the entire place was in disarray. Amidst the confusion, a man squatted in a hideout and relieved himself of the load in his system. He wrapped the waste in a sheet of paper and walked into the open. From a distance, he aimed at Fernando and released his shot, a parcel of feces, which erupted in the air to hit his target. The face of the man who wanted to be president was smeared with the rubbish. The policeman reacted by shooting a bullet into the air. The sound of the gun caused a stir in the crowd, causing panic to some and giving others cause to go wild. The hooligans reacted by throwing missiles at Fernando and his team. The policeman, sensing danger, pointed his gun at the crowd, his hand on the trigger, an action that made the men, women, and children in the gathering to run for safety. "Shoot me," Abam, who was standing in front of the policeman, said, unmoved by his gun. Abam, like most desperate young men of his generation, could afford to carry his life in his hands. His attitude to the things of the world could be traced to his family history, which was somehow related to the history of his country. His paternal grandfather had lived in Dodokido many years ago. Although he was poor, he lived a simple and happy life. When he died, he left behind 2 wives and 19 children. Dissatisfied with the frugal life at the countryside, Abam's father left the village for Yakabo, the capital of Northern State, at the age of 14 and with no formal education. After 5 years as an apprentice barber, he opened his shop. He worked hard, earned some money, saved some money, built a house, bought a motorcycle, and married a wife. When he made more money, he married another wife and then another. Within a space of 20 years, his house was filled with children. The boys alone were many enough to form a football team. That was the era of national prosperity. Then came the era of austerity, the era of devaluation of the country's currencies arising from large external debt caused by bad leadership. It was the era of removal of subsidies on food, drugs, water, fuel, electricity, and education. The era witnessed the birth of a baby boy who from the start had only a slim chance of improving his station in life. That boy was no other than Abam, a victim of circumstance. At the time of his birth, the rooms in his father's house could barely accommodate the family. At that time, the money coming in from the barber's shop was too meager to pay for food, drugs, water, and other family needs, and so the barber continued as he had been doing for some time to drink and evade his responsibilities. The 3 wretched wives were compelled to raise their children by any means possible. Abam grew up to know the alcoholic who drank palm wine and ogogoro all day as his father. He grew up to recognize the haggard-looking woman who hawked bread at motor parks as his mother. He grew up to understand that the crowd of hungry faces who were never sure of when the next meal would be available were brought into this world by his father. He grew up to know that 4 of such sorrowful faces, whom he had not seen for long and whom he would never meet again, had died. Not because the malaria fever that claimed their lives on 4 different occasions was too severe, but because the Baba could not afford drugs. "Shoot me," Abam repeated. "I want to die." "Please don't shoot," Salam shouted. "Don't shoot." "Shoot," Abam said. "Wetin dey for this life?" In response to Salam's plea, the policeman merely released a tear gas canister to disperse the recalcitrant hooligans. Attention was then shifted to Fernando and his shit face. Someone brought water to wash off the smelly substance. Extreme care was taken to prevent any fecal matter from entering his mouth or nose. They tried but did not succeed. "The thing is sour." "Sorry," Abe Musa replied. "They will receive their punishment someday." "This is perhaps the saddest experience of my life," Fernando said. "It's all over," Salam replied. "Just relax. We will fight back," one of the henchmen said. "I wanted to teach them a lesson, but lawyers said I shouldn't fight," another henchman said. "Those urchins, there's nothing you can do about them," Salam remarked. "The best thing is to avoid their path." Fernando sat on a chair looking humiliated. He was yet to recover from the shock. He could not imagine that someone in his right senses would paint another person's face with feces, no matter the degree of provocation. Wama Williams, one of his aides, had advised him the day before not to go to Dodokido to avoid trouble, and that if he decided to go, he should be ready for war. But then the independent candidate did not take him seriously. Instead, he took Yvonne's advice, admonishing him to dare the socialist candidate in his enclave. Now that he had received free education, he did not need another teacher to give him instructions on the matter. Meanwhile, Abam and his group had moved to the outskirts of Dodokido. There they took palm wine, ogogoro, and hemp in a food kiosk. "Who shit the shit?" Abam asked, a roll of hemp in his left hand, a 50-pound note in the right. "Na me shit am," replied Tombo, a diarrhea patient. "Take 50 pounds for your shit." Tombo, a young man of 30, collected the money, a reward for his labor. He was a notorious village loafer and had just finished serving a jail sentence for stealing 11 tubers of yam from a farmer's barn. It was while at Yakabo's prison that he met Abam, who was in prison for stealing a goat. Abam gave each of his men, including Tombo, 100 pounds and then said, "If you break in windscreen, 200. "Yes," one of the hooligans replied. "I will break it. Na me go break am. Small thing. If na windscreen, I go break am." But there was a man who did not accept the offer. He grumbled to the hearing of Abam. "Waiting," Abam asked. "The money too small." "You fool," Abam replied. "Your father wey be umbrella repairer. How much e dey get for dry season?" "Ha ha ha," the hooligans laughed. "Don't insult my father. Your mate for farm, how much dem dey pay them a day?" "That one is different." "Get away, 80 pounds laborer." The hooligans began to laugh again. The impression Abam wanted to create in the minds of these men and boys who preferred crime and sinister operations to low income of laborers working for 80 pounds a day was that those who accepted that sort of life were foolish. He had referred to this the day before, saying, "Now only fools they work for farm nowadays." The umbrella repairer's son left the group, not bothered by Abam's threat that he would deal ruthlessly with him at the appropriate time. After they had eaten, they walked along the road, picking boulders and stones. They walked on, reached the main road leading to Yakabo, and waited in vain for Fernando and his team. Unknown to the hooligans, the group had taken another route out of the village and out of Trouble's way.
Chapter 8. This reign is political. They moved in the morning on the gleaming waters of the river Fingesi. They moved in a boat on the rolling roof of the deep, sped across Fawe Bore, 60 nautical miles from Dunfin Island. They moved in the daylight under the lazy, hazy rays of the September morning sun. They moved and moved downstream south, then to the west, miles and waves away from the White Seaway. They moved through the Kalokano Creek, the senescent mangrove forest, the dying flora and fauna, and moved on. They moved on through the moribund raffia fields, the abandoned Chikoko fields, the flourishing oil platforms, the miserable human settlements, and moved on. They moved on the voyagers and on. They moved on the crusaders and on. They moved on to the east, across the Iworuwo waterside, and moved on and on and on through an empty space, the wide, wide way to the bowel of the sea. On that fateful day, the leader of the group, who was traveling by water for the first time, was in high spirits. The reflection of the sun on the surface of the enormous mass of salt water and the sound of the wave beating across the sea gave him a sunny pleasure. Basking in the exciting sea breeze, the sun shining upon him, the feeling of delight occupied his heart. The voyage reminded him of Christopher Columbus, Mungo Park, Clapperton, and the Lander brothers. He had always admired these men of courage, and in a moment of fantasy placed himself in their shoes. It tickled his sense of pride to imagine he was an explorer of sorts. While moving, they maintained a course about 10 meters away from the east bank, a mangrove swamp lying between the water and a stretch of brackish vegetation in the west of Fosse Peninsula. They passed a fisherman casting nets from his canoe and his assistant using a bow to remove the water that continuously entered the canoe through a hole in the wooden structure. They passed a canoe paddled by a boy of 12 who wore pants and nothing more. His father, a fisherman, was inside mending the nets, while his mother, a typical rural woman, was carrying a baby on her back and at the same time preparing a meal for the fishing family. They saw big boats coming from Dauphin Island, Isoba, Mantolo, and other islands of the Langona tribe. Their passengers were market women carrying fresh fish, dry fish, crayfish, plantain, periwinkles, bananas, and other articles to the mainland markets. As they passed through a region of the sea, far away from the banks, after taking a number of bends, the outboard engine of their speedboat developed a mechanical fault. The boat halted, and the lower side they parked near the engine was somewhat submerged. Fernando, who was a novice in maritime matters, thought the journey to the seabed had begun. Fear of the boat capsizing midstream and the fate of its occupants left to the mercy of sharks that lurked beneath gripped him. The boatman told him and his company not to worry and gave them an assurance that it was a minor hitch. The diligent boatman removed the spark plug, cleaned it with some fuel and rag, inserted it into its position, and restarted the engine. The voyage continued. About 15 minutes later, a naval ship on patrol of the Atlantic Ocean and its surrounding waters sailed across the coast, causing a great wave movement. The wave carried the speedboat high, and a horror-stricken celibate yelled out in distress. All except the boatman, who was busy steering the boat through the undulating waves, and even a devotee of the sea goddess, were afraid. Fernando kept looking at the boatman's countenance, intent on guessing how bad the situation was. He was worried not necessarily because of his life, but because of his dream and the vanity of dying an unsung hero. The vessel was barely out of sight when the signs of rain appeared. As they moved towards the island, they realized that a storm was gathering from that direction. The sky became darkened, an indication that a downpour was imminent. The tide was rising, coming back and forth with the mighty force of the ocean. The waves were turbulent, wailing and roaring in violent cadences. The situation was perilous. Fernando at that point remembered God. He closed his eyes and prayed silently. When he opened his eyes after communicating with his Creator, he noticed that darkness had covered the entire vicinity. The sea had turned into a bed of mist. The rain, which was falling furiously as if it had a score to settle with another element, made navigation difficult. When the sound of the engine changed, the specter of a mishap became real. Still, the boatman was undaunted, firing slowly and steering steadily until they reached Dolphin Island. There was no rain on the island, but as soon as a crowd had gathered at the village center to listen to Fernando, the rain started. The rain fell in the center and its surroundings, while the sun shone in every other part of the island. "This rain is political," Telibe said to Fernando's hearing. "My friend," Fernando replied, "there is nothing like that." When the rain came in full force, the crowd and the campaigners left the rally ground to seek shelter in the Sunshine Territory all around. A rainmaker was at work in his house located near the waterfront. He was stirring the contents of a large cooking pot and looking up to the sky and laughing. "They haven't seen anything yet," he said to his clients, the chairman of the Conservative Convention in Dolphin Island District. The man had paid the rainmaker £50 to send down the rain. "The storm that I sent to them at the sea is nothing compared to what will come. There will be lightning, there will be thunder." "You are the greatest," the politician said, "but don't invite thunder yet. The people are running away already." "Kai, kai, kai," the rainmaker muttered. After the rain, Wema Williams, a Lagona man, and Yvonne, who could speak the Lagona language fluently, were able to convince the villagers to return to the rally ground. "My people," Fernando said, "I thank you for coming back to listen to me. The rain that has fallen is a sign of good things to come. It is a shower of blessing." Perhaps the Ururu rain had ears, for as soon as Fernando said it had disappeared, it came back in full force and spread to different parts of the island. It was accompanied by lightning and thunder. The people ran away, and this time they did not return. Chapter 9. We shall plant cassava on the moon. Fernando sat on a rostrum near the middle of the hall of the National Press Center. Salam and William sat on his right, Yvonne and Musa on his left. The audience was made up of members of the Greater Tomorrow Society, journalists, and other interested individuals. They sat on a low platform facing the rostrum. "May I formally welcome members of the press and the general public to today's event," Albert Celibe said while standing and facing the audience. "We are about to start the day's event, which is expected to be a question and answer section. May I now call on the statesman's representative to set the ball rolling. First of all, I want to congratulate you for being bold enough to participate in the race as an independent candidate. Sir, why did you decide not to join any political party?"
Thank you. I decided not to join any of these existing parties because I am neither a conservative nor a socialist. Secondly, the parties are out to play traditional politics, something I am vehemently opposed to.
What do you hope to achieve if voted into power?
It is my desire to raise the quality of life of my people. It is my desire to build a strong and varied nation and to make our society worth living in. So much have I stated in my mission statement, and so much do I hope to achieve.
Do you agree with me that some patriots have in the past dreamed your kind of dream, only to be awakened by the realities of life?
Yes. The answer is yes. Men do not suffer from lack of dreams, but from the lack of will to make the dreams come true. Like I do believe, the destiny of every living soul lives in its dreams. Since this is always true, it is only proper that you make your dreams live all the days of your life. That in itself is reality.
You did mention in one of your press briefings that you will surprise the world with what you call African wonder. Tell us what it's all about.
We are going to do so many wonderful things. For instance, we shall send our scientists on a space mission. We shall plant cassava on the moon.
I wish to continue from where my colleague stopped said the representative of the Daily Herald. With some of the ideas you talk about, like planting cassava on the moon, some people think you are insane. If the allegation is true, how do you think you can rule us if given the chance?
Since all the so-called sane men who have been ruling us have not been able to take us anywhere, don't you think it is time we look elsewhere? Believe it or not, you need to be a little bit crazy to be able to perceive what the world is here to see.
Why are you so confident that you can turn the country around, considering the hardship we are passing through?
It is because I am a dreamer, and I am already working out plans toward the realization of what to many a Thomas is impossible.
It has been said by scholars that the problem with this country is leadership. How do we know a true leader?
Thank you. A leader is a steward who dreams about his people, thinks about his people, lives and dies in the service of people. It is so easy to be a leader. All you need do is serve the people.
A politician is a chameleon. He is white at sunrise, black at sunset. How do we believe the promises you make at this very moment, since you are one of them?
I take exception to your generalization, because among the crowd of politicians, you will always find, if you seek, a few statesmen who would never have been so distinguished if they were not politicians. So, you see, not all politicians are chameleons. Some, like me, are statesmen.
You have written a series of provocative essays in the past condemning government policies and programs, giving the impression that you are a rebel. What are you actually?
Let me make this clear. You cannot remove the word dissent from the dictionary of politics, because in any democracy that works, there are bound to be shades of opinion. You talk about a rebel, but I tell you, if a rebel is simply that man who dissents, the one so labeled must be a man of honor. It is the duty of a patriot to criticize government policies if they are bad. And that I have been doing for years. When I become president, I will put things right. That is why I am calling on all voters to vote for me.
Now, Mr. Independent Candidate, said a reporter with the Daily Envoy, whose turn it was to ask questions. Dr. Fernando, Telibe corrected him. The people are saying that you are not so intelligent, that you are only an armchair critic, an ivory tower parrot, that you say what the books say. Theories they say is all you know. It is even said that you don't have ideas of your own. Some say, oh, even scream aloud to cut the journalist short. What is your question? Telibe asked. A few members of the audience were already hissing and making rude remarks.
I want to hear your question.
Are you as stupid as the people think? There was a sudden noise, a note of disapproval from the audience. They were hissing and cursing the reporter. Telibe appealed to everyone to be calm.
The answer to your question is simple. I am not stupid. At the same time, I am not all-knowing. It is important to note, in case you don't know, that a leader does not need to be terribly intelligent to be able to deliver the goods, but he must be reasonably brilliant, mentally sound, and morally upright. These qualities I possess. That is why those who know say, I am a leader.
What is your assessment of our head of state? Is he a good or a bad leader?
He is sincere, I think. With his plan to hand over power to an elected government, that, to my mind, shows he knows the truth, that military involvement in politics is wrong. Any soldier with a gun and guts can take over power, but it takes a hero to relinquish the power so taken.
You have not answered my question. Now listen carefully so that you don't beat about the bush.
Go ahead.
Before you joined the race, you had in one of your articles called Colonel Ali a dictator. and his government a junta, why are you now shifting your ground?
He is a soldier and at the same time a head of state. He was not elected. He governs by decrees enacted by himself and other unelected members of the Supreme Ruling Council. That is why he is a dictator. But above the tag, he saved this nation from the hands of a tyrant and is said to hand over power to an elected president.
What will you do if elected to prevent further military intervention?
I will do all I can to uphold the principle of good governance.
There is this widely held view among our politicians that politics is a learning process and that they should be allowed to learn gradually. In the light of this defeatist theory, should we expect you to come up with excuses in the event of failure? That is assuming you win.
That's a good question. I do not subscribe to the notion that because politics is a learning process, we should fail to do it right from the very beginning. It is sad to know that most of the political crises in our country and other parts of Africa that have claimed the lives of our people were contrived by selfish politicians to perpetuate their rule and perpetually enslave the people. It is true that it took advanced nations many years to develop the system known today as democracy. But remember that they were pioneers who had little or no existing standard to emulate. Remember also that we are merely practicing a system of government with rules laid down by our people. All systems in the universe, whether physical, social, or political, are governed by rules. Whenever the rules are disregarded, the consequences are usually grave. Just as electricity, piloting and driving have rules, so also do we have rules of democracy. When we are using electricity, we obey the rules so that we don't lose our lives. When we are piloting an aeroplane, we obey the rules to avoid air disaster. But when we are piloting the affairs of the nation, we disobey the rules without thinking about the number of people who died in the process. Don't tell me piloting a plane is different from piloting the affairs of the nation. Because however you look at it, the point is that when the rules governing a system, any system, are set aside, hell is let loose.
In justifying the income disparity between the rich and the poor, the conservatives say all fingers are not equal, but the socialists claim all men are equal. What are your views?
What most poor people crave for is the good life, not equality. They don't care if you fly an aircraft so long as you don't deprive them of a commercial bus or train. If you have to eat rice and salad, served with turkey and beef, let them have cassava and yam at affordable prices. If you have to send your children abroad to study, make sure the public schools at home are well equipped for their children. They don't want to know whether you go to the best hospital in the world to treat your headache and toothache, but like the general hospitals at home supply free drugs to all patients. So, anybody talking about equality is missing the point.
You have said in your mission statement that you intend to put a smile on the face of every citizen of this country. What do you mean by this?
What it simply means is that I will bring some meaning into the lives of our people. Life can only be meaningful if it is purposeful. To many on the street, life has ceased to have a purpose and the reason is not hard to find. I will change the situation. First, I will make sure that the basic needs of every individual are met. Then I will create awareness on the need for our people to know why they are in this world. Finally, my government will recognize and reward every citizen who genuinely achieves greatness in the areas of science and technology.
Are you saying the citizens of this country do not know why they are here?
That is not what I mean. The way things are in this country, it is impossible for some to live a truly fulfilled life. A lot of people think once you have acquired wealth and status, you've got it. But you know that is not true. If you are in this world doing what you are compelled to do by circumstances rather than what you were called for, life loses its purpose. And without purpose, there can be no meaning. But all that will change when I become president. I will bring meaning into the lives of our people.
2 famous books, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, written by Professor Walter Rodney, and I Know Why the African is Poor, authored by our own Professor Seba Mensah, have indicated that the misery prevalent in our continent is a consequence of exploitation and deprivation. What are your views?
I agree with the scholars. A third treatise, How Africa Can Develop Africa, also complement the efforts of the writers already cited. Part of my undertaking will be to demonstrate how this is possible. If I am given the mandate to rule, I will make this country a model so that future African leaders will know it is possible for us to bail ourselves out of this state of underdevelopment.
I have listened attentively to you. My observation is that your statements lack one essential ingredient of a political campaign, and that is concreteness. Chief Haile Bashir has promised to build more police stations and prison yards, to build ultramodern mortuaries and cemeteries. Suleimanti said he will, among other things, build a soup kitchen in each of the district headquarters. Tell us in concrete terms what you will do.
Thank you very much. I have 4 programs. They are Green Revolution, Free Primary and Secondary Education, Commercial Technology Scheme, Provision of Drugs, Water and Electricity. On Green Revolution, I intend to acquire hectares of land in each state, develop it, provide amenities and allow interested individuals to occupy the plots that will be demarcated. I will develop 4 million hectares of land in 4 years and build 1 million ultramodern cottages and bungalows to accommodate the participants who will be expected to grow crops and rear animals in commercial quantities. I will guarantee 24-hour water and electricity supply. I will build schools, hospitals, post offices, markets, police posts, and recreation centers. The farmer shall pay monthly rent to the government. The second agenda involves free primary and secondary education. I will abolish school fees in all public primary and secondary schools. Scholarships shall be awarded to deserving students of colleges of education, polytechnics, universities, and other tertiary institutions. I will mandate the newspaper to publish the names of outstanding pupils and students in all examinations taken in this country. The third program is the Commercial Technology Scheme. We shall build technological villages where our innovators will come together to carry out experiments, just like the agrarian towns. The technological villages shall provide beautiful accommodation, regular water and electricity supply, and all other amenities that will make living worthwhile. We shall provide well-equipped libraries, foundries, computer centers, and engineering workshops to serve the innovators. We shall specify the kind of things we want our innovators to design and produce, and give grants to those who show signs of seriousness. My government shall ensure that those who agree to participate in the scheme do not suffer from hunger. Whether they succeed in producing something or not, those who are able to produce indigenous machines, equipment, automobile, or achieve any scientific invention at all will be given monetary incentives and conferred with honorary titles. The fourth program is self-explanatory. Our people deserve free medical services, regular supply of water and electricity. All these shall be provided. I will appoint a minister of special duties who will supervise the 4 special programs. The person to handle the portfolio will be given extra ministerial powers to enable him overcome the overbearing influence of public bureaucracy.
You are neither an engineer nor a scientist. What makes you think your fanciful ideas concerning the commercial technology scheme will work?
I do not know the principles of calculus, nor do I understand the laws of thermodynamics. I have neither seen an integrated circuit, nor do I know what computer chips look like. But I do know that when knowledgeable men and women in the fields of engineering science and technology are assembled, given targets and lot of incentives, they will design and produce every imaginable thing. That is the philosophy behind the commercial technology scheme.
How will you regulate the number of people to be engaged in the scheme?
That will be worked out by the Minister of Special Duties.
Our businessmen and corporate citizens often want to sow today and reap immediately. For that reason, buying and selling is the order of the day. Don't you think this get-rich-quick attitude will impact negatively on your programs?
There is always a way out of every problem. The organized private sector, merchants, and petty traders do not decide on their own to be involved in buying and selling. They do so in response to the economic policies of the government. If the policy favors production, more people will think of what to produce. But where the policy favors distribution, as is now the case, more individuals and corporations will naturally go into buying and selling. I will address the situation by ensuring that production is made more attractive than distributive trade. I will pursue policies that will make a yam producer, for example, to be richer than a yam seller, a paint maker to be better off than a paint seller, a car manufacturer to post more profit than a car distributor. Similarly, the commercial banks that lend more money to the productive sectors of the economy will be helped to perform better than those that concentrate on buying and selling of foreign currencies. Once there is policy shift and a strong commitment on the part of government to ensure the objective is vigorously pursued, there will be a reversal in the direction of economic activities.
I have another question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
You will agree with me that cattle rearers, truck pushers, stone cutters, bricklayers have a role to play in the growth of our nation.
Yes, I do.
Now, with the introduction of free education, don't you think there will be nobody to do such jobs anymore?
Thank you for asking that question. Poverty, it seems to me, is job related. I may be wrong, but that is the way I see it. The probability of being poor is higher in some occupations than others. If all the citizens of this country are educated, certain occupations and methods of production will naturally fall into oblivion. That is not to suggest that the inherent operations will no longer be carried out. Education can only provide alternative means of rearing cattle, hauling goods, making palm wine, and cutting stones. It will not eliminate the activities. The case of pastoral nomadism will be used to illustrate this point. Great Britain, for example, produces more cattle than this country. Yet, you cannot find a cattle rearer taking his herd from one part of the country to another in search of green pastures. The point I am trying to make and which I want to emphasize is that education will not stop us from being cattle rearers, truck pushers, stone cutters, or bricklayers. Rather, it will compel us to devise easier and more efficient ways of carrying out the operations.
That's all I have for you.
Thank you very much.
At this point, Telebe stood up and said, I wish to thank all the newsmen for doing a good job and our candidate for living up to expectation. I will now call for general questions from the audience. Our time is fast spent, so only 3 questions will be entertained. Thank you. Dr. Fernando has been pointing accusing fingers at our leaders, said a common man. But I was shocked to hear that a poor man who didn't have even a bicycle before he joined the race now drives an automatic Mercedes car. How am I sure, sir, that your criticism of the ruling class is not born out of envy? 2, how am I sure if you win, your priority will not be buying of cars?
The car was donated to me by a friend. And please get me right, I have never condemned people just because they own cars or houses. What I condemn is the practice of stealing public funds to acquire these things.
I am not satisfied with your answer. I want you to tell us why you decided to buy a car and where exactly the money came from.
When I walk along the streets, the children follow me, shouting, "President!" President, buy me bread, buy me corn. They hold my hand. They tug at my dress. One day I told a friend of mine what I was passing through, and the next thing he did was to buy me a car. My good friend, take it from me. A car is a necessity, not a luxury.
Thank you, sir. No woman has asked any questions so far. I want one of the beautiful faces in our midst to fire the last shot. A lady, please. I have a question, said a female voice. Yes, replied Telebe, fire on. I am Miss Delicent Nkonyaswa, an unemployed graduate of petroleum engineering.
Don't worry, I shall give you a job when I become president.
Thank you, sir. In a desperate bid to survive the hardship in the land, many single girls and married women have been driven into prostitution. What are you going to do if elected to reverse this ugly trend?
Thank you very much. The reason why prostitution is prevalent in our society is poverty. I will fight poverty by making sure every able-bodied man and woman works.
Ladies and gentlemen, Telebe said, we have come to the end of the conference. I thank you for coming and for making the exercise a success. For those of you who have come to Marigo from different parts of this country to grace this occasion, I wish you journey mercies back home. On behalf of our chairman, Mr. Dar Salam, our presidential candidate, Dr. Ahmed Umegu Fernando, and the entire members of the Greater Tomorrow Society, I say goodbye.
Chapter 10. No individual can heal the society all by himself. The press conference did you a word of good, Professor Semba Mensah has said in a telephone discussion.
Thank you for the observation.
But unfortunately, the media men and women are back at their usual mischief.
What?
I am talking about recent editorials. The Daily Observer says Haile Bashar is our messiah. The Daily Tribune calls him a genius. The Times says a vote for Bashar is a vote for progress.
Well, that was after Mr. Dixon Anda, the editor, had resigned.
Of course, yes.
Now, we have reason to believe his allegation that Bashar actually bribed some publishers and editors.
Yes, his boss advised him to resign for rejecting the politician's bribe. That is now history. Today, he is the founder of the Daily Issues, which goes to show there are journalists who cannot be silenced.
The birth of the paper is an appropriate response to the arrogance of the bourgeoisie publishers.
That is it. You see, all previous attempts by the ruling class to gag the press only led to the proliferation of media houses.
I agree with you.
You can cover a multitude of lies, but you cannot bury the truth.
That is correct.
You can bribe a legion of journalists, but you cannot buy the press.
But the press, which is supposed to be the watchdog of the society, is already losing its bearing.
I am not surprised. The absence of moral values in a society leads to corruption, and there is no denying the fact that corruption breeds perversion. Are you with me?
I am listening.
The greatest problem any society can encounter is that of bad leadership. Once the leaders of a country are bad, corruption will sit on a stagecoach, and a procession of journalists, judges, policemen, soldiers, teachers, pastors, traders, and a host of others will walk behind him, clapping their hands.
Corruption is contagious.
Yes, but it goes without saying that a vector is always at play.
Of course, there can never be a river without a source.
All those who say our leaders should not be blamed for the ills of the society because every other person is corrupt are insincere.
That is true. Believe me, Prof, I am going to reinvent this nation.
No individual can heal the society all by himself.
But there must be a way to save our people from conspiracy of the ruling class.
It will take time. It will take up to 200 years, perhaps more, for our people to understand these things.
2 centuries? Haba, your opinion, though candid, smacks of defeatism.
Ha ha ha. I am a realist. I do not talk merely out of conviction, but from a sense of history. A man who is starving will prefer to dine with the devil than pray with an angel for manna to fall from heaven.
It's only logical.
The first obstacle between you and the people is ignorance. The second is poverty. Ironically, these two problems which you plan to fight when you ascend the throne are the ones standing between you and the object of your desire. I hope you understand what I am saying.
Of course, I do.
In a country free from ignorance and poverty, the bane of democracy, the best candidate in most cases wins an election. But in a country where bread and butter rules the hearts of men, the richest, who are often the ugliest, usually impose their will on the helpless society.
Is our situation as gloomy as the picture you paint?
Yes, even worse. Going by what the World Bank says, more than half of the population of this country is illiterate and 99% poor.
Do you now think Halibasha will be our next president?
The voters will have it so. He can even be president for life if he chooses to be. Such is the evil that visits a country that practices crude capitalism, a system that makes it possible for colossal sums of money to get into wrong hands. What every developing country needs is guided capitalism. No citizen should be allowed to be so scandalously rich as to be a threat to the nation, and none should be allowed to be so poor as to be a nuisance to the society.
Sir, what is your advice?
Don't give up. I am sure other crusaders will pick up the gauntlet after you have played your part. They will rise up generation after generation to challenge the evil men who will be in power for a very long time. Perhaps in 200 years, your dream will come true, and that is not to discourage you.
Thank you very much, sir.
All the best. The erudite scholars seem to have read the handwriting on the wall. The public opinion was that Fernando was a dark horse swimming in the backwaters of the political stream. The daily envoy, established by Haile Basha in that election year to project his political ambition, merely echoed the perception of observers when it referred to Fernando as the clown of the contest. A prominent politician told me in confidence that Haile Basha is interested in you. Salam lied to Telibe while discussing with him in his sole chambers. Haile Basha? Yes, that is a bad joke. He can't be interested in me because we have nothing in common. According to my source, he sees you as dynamic and articulate and wishes to have you in his team. I can never work with such a man, no matter the attractions. Anyway, I do not believe the story. Whoever told you that probably wanted to hear what you would say. I would have reasoned that way if I had not heard from another reliable source that Chief Haile Basha wants to bring all vocal people into his cabinet to weaken the opposition. Salam lied again. Then the man must be stupid. Does he think all politicians are in the game for selfish motives? I do not care whether Fernando wins or loses. As long as I share his dreams, I will continue to support him. I am not a weather clock. I cannot support a wrong candidate just because he's sure to win or because I want to be in government. I am not looking for a job. If Fernando loses, I will go back to my desk and practice architecture. I am happy you don't want to leave us to join what many consider as the winning party, Salam said to conceal his disappointment. He went to Wama Williams' house and also lied to him that he had heard from a reliable source that Chief Haile Basha was interested in him. Me? William asked, excited over the news. I am told he's interested in your organizational ability and political wisdom, so he knows me so well. William asked, still unable to hide his feelings. Not only you, Salam said, he also wants Telibe to be his man. Did Telibe agree to follow him? Yes, Salam replied, but this is a secret you must never let anyone hear. He didn't want me to tell you about his plan to leave us. I don't like that kind of deceit. I feel that if we must leave, all of us, the prominent politicians in our society, should go together so that we can be a force to be reckoned with in the conservative convention. That is the way it should be. Remember to keep this matter secret. No problems, replied Wama Williams. Salam went to Iko's house at Pale Town, but the gateman prevented him from seeing the politician. The same thing happened on the second day. When he came on the third day, Iko cited him from his security gadgets and instructed the gateman to make him wait for 6 hours before allowing him to enter the visitor's room. Chief, dey for house, said the gateman. Sit down, wait for him. 2 hours later, Salam said to the gateman, visitors have been getting inside to see him. Please let me in. Wait, please, Salam begged. I say wait, the gateman shouted at him. The third hour passed and Salam was not allowed to see the politician. All the visitors who came before and after him had seen the man and left the place. He was the only one standing at the gateman's lounge. I have waited enough, Salam said. Please tell him that I have an important matter to discuss with him. The gateman ignored him. I am talking to you. I have other assignments elsewhere. You better go and come back. Chief, they sleep. He no fit see you until he wake up. What about all the people who have seen him? When he pretended not to hear, Salam brought out his wallet and handed a 20-pound note to him. Waiting be this one, for your lunch. Thank you, sir, the gateman said. Thank you very much. Waiting be your name, sef. I am Dar Salam, a lawyer. Sorry, sir, no be my fault. Make I tell you true. E be like say Oga no wan see you. Abeg no talk say na me tell you. Why? Me I no know, replied the gateman. This Oga na bad man. If not be this money when you give me, I for stay hungry from morning till evening. Oga dey pay me only £1,000 a month. Imagine a family man with 3 children. How I go fit survive for only 1,000? Doesn't he give you food? Piakan, replied the gateman. For my presence, Inkus go carry the food, him and him wives and children and him dogs each remain, go through way for refuse dump for yonder. You be good man. No worry, very soon I go make sure say you enter. At 2, 6 hours after Salam's arrival, he was led into the politician's presence by a guard dog which the chief spent £10,000 every month to keep. Who are you? Iko asked immediately he saw him. I am Dar Salam, he replied, standing before the chief. What are you? I am a lawyer by profession. I am also the chairman of the Greater Tomorrow Society. I know, the chief said. So what do you want? Salam was speechless. The party boss stared at him like somebody looking at another person's faces. Talk fast because I am a very busy man. Well, chief, I have come to discuss with you, he said, still standing. To discuss what? Certain political matters. Like what? Talk fast. You can see I am a very busy man. All right, if today is a busy day, it is better I come another day, perhaps tomorrow. Dar Salam replied to save his face. Come back in January after elections. That is when I will be free. After Salam had walked away, Iko said to himself, I have put him where he belongs. Does he think politics is a game for children? The first time he met Salam, he had asked with an intimidating voice, so you are the chairman of that society of idle elites, or is it idealists you call yourself? Tell me, what is it like to be the clown of a contest? Easy, very easy, Salam had replied with a deceptive smile to give the listeners the impression that he was not disturbed by the comments. The scene was a banquet hall of Hotel Macedonia, where Chief Ralph Ozidi, the chairman of Merigo Chamber of Commerce and Industry, had organized a dinner party to host political leaders. Chief Hale Basha welcomed the 2 men who came to him and sought to know their mission. Thank you, Chief, said Ara. This is Dar Salam, the chairman of the Greater Tomorrow Society. I have brought him here to see you. He will explain to you the reason for this visit. Thank you, Salam said. Without wasting your time, Chief, I will say I am here in my capacity as the chairman of the Greater Tomorrow Society. When we started the campaign for Fernando, we had thought he would win the election. We didn't reckon that men of timber and caliber like you would be interested in the race. It is now obvious that any politician who is not on your side belongs to the opposition. Our candidate doesn't mind being an opposition leader, but I know the politics of opposition will not augur well for our country. All the important personalities in my group are with me. Fernando is alone. We intend to make a public declaration for the Conservative Convention and for you in particular. That is very good, said Hale Basha. I always tell people that opposition is not good, but they don't understand. There is no need for politicians to be fighting one another. In short, when I become president, I will amend the constitution so that we can have a one-party state. That is the only way this country can develop. Exactly, replied Dar Salam. Your idea is very good. If you want, I can work out the modalities for you so that no other party can spring up in this country. Even, there is nothing wrong with a man ruling for life. It is our culture. Kings do not go on leave. They don't go on transfer. They don't hand over. That is our culture. Therefore, a president should also rule forever. When you win the election, I will work out the modalities for you to be a life president. You are a brilliant chap, said Hale Basha. I know what I will do for you. Before that, there are 3 things I want you to do. First, you must denounce Fernando in a public gathering. Second, you must say I am the best candidate for president and that you even want me to be life president. The last thing you will do is tell all members of your society to support me. Do you understand? Yes, Chief, Dar Salam replied. I understand your wife is one of them, said the chief. He was addressing Ara. Don't mind her, Ara replied. When it all started, I allowed her, thinking it was a joke. But when Fernando resigned his appointment and then went ahead to pay the non-refundable deposit, something no other independent candidate was bold enough to do, I knew the joke had gone too far. I then directed my wife to leave him, but in response, she threatened to leave me instead. You are not a man. Why didn't you let her go? After all, there are many women on the streets. Anyway, that is a small matter. Chief, it is not an issue at all. Young man, yes, Salam replied. Come with me, Basha said as he led him to a guest room. Sit down here, he directed. Yes, sir. The chief brought out a briefcase containing £1 million. Follow me, he said as he led Salam through a dark veranda into a juju parlor. This is £1 million, Hale Basha said, and this black stone in my hand is the bond. You will swear that if you use this money for any purpose other than for my campaign, you will die within 7 days. The man gave the black stone to Salam, who took the oath as directed and then handed over the fetish object to the owner. Some prominent politicians whom Chief Hale Basha had given money to campaign for him had passed through the same ritual. It was believed that anyone who would do anything contrary to the oath would die within 1 week. But the spirit in that stone also resided in a cave at Akama, and those who knew about this annulled the effect of the oaths by worshipping at the cave. The men who took a counter oath at the cave and went ahead to use the money as their own did not experience the wrath of the deity, but one unfortunate politician who began to use the money to build a house without first visiting the priest of the cave was already in his grave. The 2 men left the politician's house, happy that they had achieved something worthwhile. 5 days later, the entire members of the Greater Tomorrow Society were invited to a crucial meeting. Fernando, who had taken ill, instructed Yvonne to go, listen to what Salam and his followers had to say, and bring in words. I am pleased to announce to you that we are now part of the winning team, Salam said after a deliberate rigmarole. All members of the Greater Tomorrow Society should henceforth consider themselves automatic members of the Conservative Convention. The audience applauded the speaker. When the noise died down, Salam said, "I have discussed with Chief Hale Basha, the Were of Akama, a man of timber and caliber, the Iruko of the tropical rainforest, the presidential candidate of the winning team. He has given me £1 million for our campaign." Yay, the audience roared. "Immediately we leave here, we shall all go to the National Stadium for a rally. Chief Hale Basha will be there to receive us." Yay, they shouted again. "Ladies and gentlemen, you are free to ask questions or make your observations known." "Can I say something, sir?" Telebe asked. "Yes, carry on," Salam replied. Telebe rose to his feet, adjusted the frame of his lenses, and said, "Little is the shepherd who, for love of lucre, wheels his flock to a clan of wolves. Honor, the hallmark of nobility, must necessarily spring from the actions of a man whose duty it is to show the way. Any proposition to the contrary, like the kernel of the circus show we are being treated to in today's gathering, must be condemned in all its ramifications. The trouble with the human race stems from the fact that people who have no conscience are often the ones who hold sway in the affairs of men. It becomes mandatory, therefore, that those who can see through the nakedness of those that pretend to represent the interests of others must summon the courage to speak out so that the voice of deceit can be silenced forever. The concern of the great and all those who share great ideas isn't that little minds shouldn't live, but that they must never lead. That is why in choosing leaders, care must be taken to ensure emphasis is not placed on the superficial features of a man, but in the immensity of his mind. Are you true? Salam asked. Don't interrupt me, then make your point. I refuse to be humored, Telebe shouted. I refuse to be taunted by the arrant display of rash opportunism. I refuse to be treated as features, to be led by the nose, to be used as cannon fodder, to be used and abused, to be pushed about like a pawn in a chessboard. No, Wama Williams shouted. This is too much. Leave him, Salam said. No, some members of the audience shouted. Dar Salam banged the table several times to call the audience to order. When the noise had subsided, he said, if you don't allow someone who thinks he knows too much to talk so that he can expose his ignorance, he goes away with the illusion that he's the wisest man on earth. Freedom of speech is one of the tenets of democracy. It is an unalienable right which cannot be denied even the most stupid person in the society. By virtue of my noble calling, I will be the last man to infringe upon the fundamental human rights of a citizen. Yes, Mr. Telebe, you have my leave to continue. I want to know who mandated you to go to the Conservative Convention to seek this dubious and unholy fusion. The audience shouted him down. I want you to withdraw your statement, Salam said. To hell with you and your virtues. You are out of your mind. Nonsense, Telebe said as he sat down. It is easy for anybody to find faults with a plan he is not in charge of, says Salam. Unfortunately, those who criticize the most are the ones that perform the least when given the chance. It is easy to destroy but hard to build. I know what it has taken me to build this organization, and I cannot sit down and watch it crumble or allow my followers to go home at the end of the day with nothing to show for all their efforts. Any member who has something useful to say should stand up and speak, but I must warn, I will no longer tolerate any meaningless talk. Mr. Chairman, Yvonne said as she stood up to address the gathering, I pray that whenever the devil comes calling in the hour of temptation, he will not find us at home. It is also my prayer that none of us here will use his hands to destroy the house he has labored to build. Sir, I'm afraid there is no better way for me to put my message across than through a protest. You will please permit my language, Mr. Chairman, for as you must know, this matter is serious. I am sure we all knew about the existence of a marble mansion before we decided to live in a humble cottage. For this, I find it difficult to understand why a man of your standing, a supposedly liberated man, should condescend so low as to seek refuge in another man's mansion when the storm has not rendered him homeless. Let me help you, Salam interrupted. No, I must finish. I want to clarify something. I say I must finish. All right, continue. It is unthinkable how you would abandon a noble cause and have the boldness to face the people who look up to you for guidance. If not that I see short men who are honorable, I would have said the fault lies in your stature. I won't take that from you. You are little, the woman returned. No, Salam shouted, placing his hands on his head. You can't insult me. You will pay for this, little shepherd. Shut up, shouted Salam's supporters. Sit down, useless woman. I cannot imagine that. Boo! Salam's supporters hooted and booed until she stormed out of the hall in anger. Telibe, Musa, and scores of other supporters scattered within the hall rose from their seats to join her. Once outside, the woman lambasted her object of ridicule, saying, "He is little, very little." The walkout showed no signs of stopping. Dar Salam drew Wama Williams to his side and said, "The hall is almost empty. The rally must hold. Please go to Warose and rent a crowd. Pay £40 per head. If they reject 40, pay 50. Hire buses and haulage trucks to convey the crowd straight to the stadium. We can't afford to fail. Please use the money on you. Be rest assured that the rally will hold." Williams said, "We shall meet at the National Stadium." The practice of renting a crowd was a common phenomenon in the country. For a fee as low as £20 per head, a crowd could be assembled to fight or cry or talk or sing for anybody that was in need of such services. The other day, a socialist candidate campaigning to be governor was asked, "Is it true you were rented some time ago by those who were working for Dodo to be life president?" "Me?" The candidate had asked. "Never." And when he was shown his picture in a rented crowd that appeared in a newspaper, the clown went down on his knees. "Please, journalists, don't let the voters see this." Later in the day, Salam and his supporters left the hall and moved to the National Stadium to join the Warose crowd, who were met singing, "Basha oh, Basha, Basha oh, Basha, Basha you don't win oh, Basha, Basha you go win forever, Basha." They sang and danced, 2,000 of them, men and women, boys and girls, rented at £50 per head. When Chief Hale Basha arrived with Chief Ernest Chichom, they were impressed with the enthusiastic spirit of the crowd. "Everyone here is a member of my society," Salam told Hale Basha before stepping forward to address the gathering. At the time Salam was making his speech, Fernando's condition relapsed. He sneezed continuously for some minutes, got into bed and covered himself with a blanket. The doctor had checked his blood pressure in the morning and found it to be higher than normal, and his pulse was irregular. He had already administered a few drugs to normalize his condition. Fernando was still in bed when Yvonne called. The woman met Telibe, Jeremiah, Lisa, and Sandra in the living room. After greeting everyone in the room and confirming from Telibe that Fernando had not been told anything concerning the meeting, she went to the bedroom to see the man. Fernando had forgotten about the event and so did not ask about the outcome. Without uttering a word about politics, she left the man and went to the kitchen to greet Angela. She later returned to the living room to join Telibe, Jeremiah, and the others. At 7, Fernando managed to get out from bed and moved into the living room. He wanted to watch the news. He walked slowly and had to stop when he saw Salam on the screen saying, "We know we cannot win, so we, the entire members of the Greater Tomorrow Society, have decided to join the winning team. Chief Hale Basha, the Werewere of Akama, is the only man who can solve the problems of this country. He has the experience and he is experienced. He is a rich man, very rich. He is our Messiah. He is a good man. There is no one like him. Fernando is my friend. I know him very well. He is my friend. He cannot be president. He is only deceiving himself. He cannot win. He cannot even win in his house. His wife will not even vote for him. The man with high fever was shaking already, and before anyone could notice him, he was down on the floor, unconscious. A wave of panic passed through the room. "He has fainted," Telebe said. "God no go gree," Jeremiah replied. "Is he dead?" Yvonne asked. "He's unconscious," replied Telebe. "I will go for the doctor," Yvonne said, going out in a hurry. Lisa and Sandra looked at their father, not knowing what to say or do. Their mother, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard an unusual noise and came to see what it was all about. "What is the matter?" she asked. "What is wrong? Why is he lying there? Is he dead?" "Unconscious," Telebe said. "Yvonne has gone to call the doctor." Angela ran out of the house, rushed back in, dashed into the bedroom, dashed out, clapping her hands and shouting, "They have killed him. They have killed my husband, my only husband. They have killed him. They have killed him. Oh!" She threw herself on the floor, sobbing. "I told him, he didn't listen. I talked to him, he not hear. You see now, they have killed him." "Yvonne has gone for the doctor," Telebe said. "Doctor, doctor, 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 oh, doctor. Where is doctor? Doctor, doctor, oh, doctor." "He will be all right," Telebe said. "My husband," Angela cried, bending over the unconscious man. "Please don't die, please. Are you going to leave me behind? What about the children? You told me you want to be president. You did not say you want to die. Darling husband, please don't leave me behind. For the sake of the children, please don't die." Yvonne came in with Fernando, doctor, and the man quickly examined his patient. "There is no cause for alarm," said the medical doctor. "Is he going to come around?" Angela asked. "He will be okay soon." Fernando was taken to the doctor's clinic. He regained consciousness that night. While in the clinic, friends, relatives, and political associates came to visit him. They came with one piece of advice or the other, the commonest being the suggestion that he should quit politics and withdraw from the race. "Politics is a bad thing," Elizabeth said when she visited him. "There is too much juju in it. A person who carries Bible up and down cannot do politics. Otherwise, politicians will kill him for nothing. Where you are putting your hand is too high. Do you want to die? Please, brother, I am begging you, when you get well, remove your hand from politics and go back to your teaching work." Those who understood Fernando well knew he was a long-distance runner who never gave up in any race until he had succeeded in breasting the tape. It did not matter whether another miler did it first. So while some sympathizers like Mama, Elizabeth, Ara, and Jeremiah were busy advising him to withdraw from the race, he was begging his supporters not to run away from him. On a particular day, when Telebe, Yvonne, and Musa came to visit him, he talked to them in his usual philosophical manner, saying, "We all rise and fall and rise again. What many who fail to rise to the peak of desire due to the fear of a downfall do not know is that if you have never fallen, then you have never really aspired high enough, and that the man on the floor is out only when he lacks the will to rise again and again to face the challenge towering above him." He paused for a moment and then added, "I do not care about the logic of small minds who will have us believe that it is idle to dream of healing a sick society. All I know is that one is only happy when he makes others happy. I have chosen to walk the happy path in a world full of unhappiness. I have decided to do that which is good in a land full of evil. Dear brothers, my beloved sister, do not abandon me in this struggle." Chapter 11. When you create a complex problem, a simple one disappears. Chief Montgomery Iko had presented before the caucus the list of would-be ministers and special advisors. There were 30 names in all, 24 ministers and 6 advisors, the maximum stipulated by the Constitution of the Republic. The list is not acceptable to me, Sir Danluca said after a careful study of the names and portfolios. What is wrong with it, Chief? Halebasha asked. All you can imagine, replied Luca. How can the portfolios be distributed without taking ethnic balancing into consideration? The president-to-be is an Ikoyi man, the vice president Mandoni, the minister of finance Ikoyi, the minister of defense Ikoyi, the minister of petroleum Kukuwa, the minister of works Kukuwa. The position considered fit for a Dongawa man is minister of women affairs. Why can't a Kukuwa man be in charge of women and maritime matters? Why should Malam Abu Sheikha be made minister of religion instead of finance? Why is Dr. Eddie Kaba, who was promised the post of minister of health, not in the list? Gentlemen, Sir, Luca has nothing to say, observed Taishe. So you think, replied Luca. Why should the Ikois, the Kukuwas, and the Mandonis occupy all the lucrative positions to the exclusion of all other tribes? What do you mean by lucrative positions? Taishe asked. If you don't know, I will tell you. The petroleum, works, finance, and defense ministries are lucrative and plump. They ought to be shared amongst all the states and tribes. This the chairman knows, but he went aside to present a lopsided list. Chief Montgomery Ikoiko, who was busy drinking beer, did not say a word in response to the allegations. There is no position that is not important, said Halebasha. Besides, I will make sure the cabinet is shuffled quite often. Then let's start by making an Ikoyi man minister of religion instead of minister of finance. Let us make an Ikoyi man minister of culture instead of defense. The chairman had given all the powerful positions to the Ikois and the Kukuwas and distributed weightless portfolios to other tribes. It is not going to work. Stop talking like a football commentator, Taisha said. You are privileged to see the list because you belong to this caucus. I did not expect you to be reasoning like a communist. The proposal is subject to amendment, said Halebasha. Please, let us not allow it to distract our focus concerning the forthcoming presidential election. You are all aware of what happened yesterday, how the chairman of the Greater Tomorrow Society and his followers joined our party. We are winning, but if we cannot manage success, then we are in trouble. Luca has nothing to fear. In short, the positions can still be altered in the course of time. Nothing can change this list, the chairman, who was on his third bottle of beer, said. I am Chief Ikoiko. What I say is what I do. All said and done, I still maintain that the lucrative positions should be shared among the tribes. I don't understand what Luca is driving at, Taisha said. Are you saying some ministries are more important than others? What I am saying is that the Minister of Petroleum, for instance, will grab more money than the Minister of Culture. I am also saying the Minister of Defense will make more money than the Minister of Women Affairs. All past ministers of petroleum, finance, works, and defense, except Malam Abu Sheikha, are billionaires. Just mention any former minister of religion, or culture, or sports, or woman palava, who acquired billions while in office. Even if you steal all the Bibles and Qurans as a minister of religion, you can't be a billionaire. Even if the minister of culture sells all our antiquities, he can never acquire as much money as the minister of works. For the money to go round, after all, we are all in politics to make money. The lucrative cabinet positions should not be given to 2 or 3 tribes only. I am not merely fighting for the Dongawas. I am speaking for the Ifus, the Eregbendudus, the Mesheshes, the Langonas, the Limatis, and every other tribe in this country. This is serious, Lawatesha said. Luca is saying honorable ministers are appointed to enrich themselves. To prove otherwise, the man I want to be the Minister of Petroleum, who was taken to the Ministry of Women Affairs, should take the place of the Kukuwa man, whom the chairman wants to head the Ministry of Petroleum. Who are you to decide who occupies what portfolio? Iko asks. I am a founder like you. You want to be vice president. You want your kinsman to be the Minister of Petroleum. Yet all the houses in your village are not more than 100. Why didn't you make yourself a Kukuwa man? You are self-conceited. Then Luca shouted, the effect of the cocaine he took early in the morning working on him. Let me tell you, Iko said as he lifted his glass of beer. The conservative convention does not need the support of your atomistic tribe for it to win the race. And again, my party can do without a million lookers. You are drunk. You will soon come off it. Who is a drunkard? Asked Iko. You, Iko, you are a drunkard. Gentlemen, that is enough. Chief Halebasha cut in. Leave them. Taisha replied sarcastically. They will soon be tired. Chief Iko rose to his feet and moved towards the angle where an angry-looking looker sat a few meters away. You cannot fight in my house, Halebasha said. I want to teach him a lesson, Iko replied, standing face to face with Luka, who was already on his feet, set for action. You call me a drunkard? Iko said. That's what you are, Luka replied. Your father is a drunkard. Your mother is a bitch. The rain of insult continued, and before you could sing, rain, rain, go away, Chief Iko was on the floor. On seeing what had happened, the other men rushed to the spot to disengage Luka, who lay on top of the groaning man. Hey, the man shouted, my head, my tummy. See what you have done, Taisha said as he joined Basha to raise the chairman. This is round one, replied Dan Luka. By the time I am through, you will remember the correct number of houses in my village. Hey, my tummy, my head. Easy, chief, try and get up, Halebasha said. I will deal with you, Iko said as he was being lifted up. You know me, I will get you eliminated. I am from Bakarege, Luka replied. We are few, but not without some means of self-preservation. You can be sure I don't take chances. If anything unusual comes up, I will take this matter to the caves and the Kayons, to the courts and the cosmic, and we shall see who will live to enjoy the stream of spoils from his fronts. We shall see, that I promise you. As he talked, he walked away from the expansive living room. He walked to the door, opened it with a great force, and with a bang, closed it. Later in the day, Sir Dan Luka called Chief John Waladu on telephone and gave him a rundown on would-be ministers. Is it right for a Kukuwa man to be the petroleum minister again? Is it their birthright? He asked. Take it easy. What about our people? Why can't a Dugawa man be oil minister? Why? Don't overreact so we don't lose out completely. Who is Iko? Who does he think he is? Political decisions often cannot be justified, said Chief Waladu. If you employ some measure of diplomacy, I am sure the matter will be resolved amicably. I know you cannot support me openly. What I need is your money. Just get ready. No problems. Iko is a pompous politician, Dan Luka said. I will prove to him that the party is standing on 4 pillars. That once one is out, the race is as good as lost. I swear I will deal with the foolish old man. Alone in his bedroom shortly afterwards, Sir Dan Luka considered what to do. The catalogue of alternative courses of action hung on a taut rag, tumbling down like a pack of cards. When he woke up the following morning, the chance cards rose with him. He must take action. This he knew. He also knew time was running out and the race would soon be decided. When you create a complex problem, the simple one disappears. So he had said to his inner self, as a way of justifying his resolve to make himself chairman in place of Iko. Anyone would have laughed at the idea, but definitely not this man who believed the practice of crisis engineering was as beneficial as any other practical means of providing solutions to problems. A rented crowd of commoners suspended Chief Iko from the party and elected Sir Luka chairman. Sir Dan Luka hired some hatchet men to convene an emergency meeting of the party. Notice of the meeting, which was scheduled to hold at Amazon Playground, appeared in Daily Observer and the Guardian newspapers, to the surprise of the National Executive Council of the Conservative Convention. If Iko and his council members had known that Sir Dan Luka was the tortoise behind the unfolding tale, they would probably have taken drastic measures to nip the action in the bud. They simply announced to party members and the general public that the meeting was illegal. In the absence of any court injunction to stop the well-advertised Congress, the meeting was held as scheduled. A rented crowd of commoners suspended Chief Iko and elected Sir Luka chairman. From that day, the Bakarege man began to parade himself as the chairman of the Conservative Convention. Iko was livid with anger. He organized a press conference and told everyone present that Luka and his cohorts were not members of the Conservative Convention, that the communique issued on the platform of the party was the height of mischief. What action are you going to take against them? The Daily Envoy's reporter asked. They are not important, replied Iko. I don't join issues with inconsequential elements. I think you goofed, sir, said the Daily Herald's representative. We all know that Sir Dan Luka, the chairman of a faction of the Conservative Convention, is one of the founders of the party. That is why it is important you tell us the true position. Have you actually been deposed? I don't answer stupid questions, Iko replied. Who else? It is rumored that the crack in the wall of your party is as a result of a lopsided list of proposed ministers, said a reporter of the Daily Issues. The Daily Herald of today even had the list, quoting Sir Dan Luka as their source of information. Is it true your party wants to appoint another Kukuwa man as Minister of Petroleum? You said it is a rumor, right? I don't deal with rumors. But it was published. There you are, Iko replied. You journalists just publish what you like. I am sorry for all of you. Anyway, there is no list of ministers from my party. We can only appoint ministers after winning an election. Any other question? In the list, your party reneged on its promise to make Malam Abusheka Minister of Finance. Who told you that? I say there is no list and you are still talking. Since you press boys don't have anything to say, we can call it a day.
Chapter 12. Politics is neither arithmetic nor algebra. Sir Dan Luka had arranged the drums and gongs and tambourines and trumpets for a katakata dance, and he was ready to gyrate to the tune of the debacle. He wrote an official letter to the General Electoral Commission informing the body that the Conservative Convention had elected him chairman. The party constitution stipulates that once 5,000 members, a minimum of 500 coming from each state, had held a congress and endorsed a writing, the removal of any national executive officer, the person involved would vacate the position. By means of Wuruwuru, Sir Dan Luka had met the provisions of the constitution. The General Electoral Commission had endorsed him. The chairman of the commission announced on network radio, a few hours after receiving the letter and other supporting documents, that Sir Dan Luka had been elected the national chairman of the Conservative Convention and congratulated him for his success at the Congress. Immediately the announcement was made, Iko stormed the broadcasting studio of the network radio and castigated the chairman of the electoral body. He accused him of helping to fuel the crisis and called upon the government to remove him without delay. The head of state reacted by summoning the chairman of the commission, Iko and Dan Luka, to the presidential villa to see how the debacle could be resolved. How was Sir Dan Luka elected? Asked Colonel Ali. He was elected in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, replied the chairman of the General Electoral Commission. And Iko was handpicked by a select committee of 4, the caucus, Luka quickly pointed out. Not so, sir, Iko protested. I am the founder of the party. I am a founder too, Luka returned. 4 of us form the party. The people purported to have elected him are not members of the party, Iko said. Who are they? Colonel Ali asked. Sir, I don't know them, but there are signatures, as I can see in the documents before me. They are fake signatures. Pictures don't lie, Dan Luka said. Your Excellency, I have a video recording of the event. I can present it. Ikoiko cannot deny the fact that network television aired it. Gentlemen, this matter is simple, very simple, said the head of state. I called you here because the Inspector General of Police mentioned your issue in his daily security report. He said if it is not resolved, it could disrupt the transition to civil rule. This is so because the personalities involved are two prominent citizens. It is a political issue and I expected you to resolve it through political means. If I decide to adopt a military solution, the pro-democracy groups who are busy monitoring this program will cry foul. Colonel, what are your views? Politicians are a confused set of people, said Colonel Kufo Amata. I have sought the opinion of Chief Halibasha, and he is as confused as any of these fellows. My stand is that things should remain the same. Chief Montgomery Ikoiko should continue to serve as a chairman of the party. Sadan Luka should apologize to Ikoiko for embarrassing him. The apology must be made today and in public. You are not with us, replied the head of state. What we are witnessing is a constitutional crisis, and the only way to resolve it is to follow the provision. The party cannot sort it out because two very influential figures are involved. That is why the General Electoral Commission is the best position to mediate on this issue. Chief Umpire, Your Excellency, go and do what is right. Yes, Your Excellency. The meeting is closed, the head of state said. Sadan Luka reckoned it would be foolhardy to go to the national headquarters of the Conservative Convention and take over the floor that Ikoiko occupied in the high-rise structure that housed the party. He simply rented another building in the same data square where the party secretariat was located. He employed staff, bought furniture and cars. He used his money and donations from Ozidi and Megadu to accomplish the plan. Thereafter, he went to Chief Halibasha early in the morning and said,
You have to choose between Ikoiko and your desire to be president.
Just let me know what you want me to do for you, and I promise to do it.
All right. This is my list of ministers and special advisors.
I am prepared to make Chief John Waladu Minister of Petroleum.
That is no longer the issue. I am the chairman of the party, and our constitution says it is the collective responsibility of the chairman and the presidential candidate to appoint ministers and special advisors. If you are not accepting my list, let me know. Also, I want you to retrieve the balance of the campaign funds with Ikoiko and hand it over to me. Remember, the head of state knows I am the chairman of the party.
I know that much, but this trouble is not necessary. Because if the party cannot put its house in order, we may lose the presidential election. The district council election is coming up in 3 days' time, yet we are busy fighting amongst ourselves. It is not good.
I have the aces. If you win, I win. If you lose, I lose. It is good I make my position clear so you can understand where I am going. I do not believe in ideology. Left or right, I sway, provided my interest is protected. The Daily Herald says I am on the verge of carrying the majority of right-wing politicians to the left, and I think their prediction isn't far from the truth. I will do what I think is in my best interest. Lawa is your running mate. Go and run with him.
Sadan Luka stood up and walked away, leaving Halibasha in deep thought. An hour later, Ikoiko, Taishe, and Waladu met the chief still in deep thought. I have brought Chief John Waladu here to tell us what Luka told him. Ikoiko said, Speak, let us hear. Well, not much. Nothing too serious. No, Ikoiko said. You can't tell me that. Say exactly what you told me this morning. Sadan Luka called me on telephone a few days ago and said he intended to fight Chief Ikoiko. I told him not to. but he swore he would. Since I am not in agreement with him, I told our chairman, I am still very loyal to Chief Ikoiko's able leadership. Whatever he says, I will accept. But I think it is not proper to make me Minister of Women. I am a man and a specialist in oil and gas. In addition, I am the chairman of Top Petroleum. I deserve to be Minister of Petroleum. Don't worry about that, Ikoiko said. I am chairman. I can make and mar. I can do and undo. You will be Minister of Petroleum. Chief Basha and I agreed to give the position to you so that the problem can be solved once and for all. But you have to do one thing. You will go to the mass media and denounce Sir Dan Luka. You know I can't do that. Why? Taishe asked. We are from the same tribe. Besides, he is my friend. It doesn't matter, Taishe said. I can't do it, but I will work with Chief Ikoiko to ensure Chief Halibasha wins the election. Please, gentlemen, I don't want Dan Luka to know I told you anything. No problem, replied Ikoiko. I know how to protect my followers. You have nothing to fear. The busy company executive left the forum a few minutes later and hurried to his office to attend to corporate matters. He had barely taken his seat when the telephone began to ring. Hello, this is Chief John Waladu, Chairman, Top Petroleum. Dan on the line. Good morning. Yes, I want to give £1 million to every party man and woman vying for the post of district chairman, Dan Luka said. I need the money urgently. Isn't that too much? No, I want to buy them over to my faction. I need their support to succeed in my plans. It is a worthwhile donation and you won't regret giving. That is £60 million, right? Yes, 60 million only. Send your son to come and pick up the check in my office, John Walado said. Thank you, I shall come for it myself. I was with Ikoiko, Bashar, Taishe a while ago, Walado said. What did you discuss with them? I told them you are ready to fight Ikoiko. Good, and they were happy to hear that. What else did you tell them? I lied to them that I am not on your side. Luka laughed. What else? Nothing more. Are you sure? Of course, yes. Didn't they dangle a bait before you? No, Waladu replied. All right then. He can't do anything, Ikoiko said to Chief Halibasha when the candidate came to his office to discuss what should be done. And who is he? Where is he from? A common minority, a mere microcosm in the main macrocosm of the nation. They don't matter. I know how far the man can go. I monitor his activities. I receive reports of what he does. Right now, he is holding a meeting, but he is wasting his time. Do not worry. He says he is chairman. Let him continue to call himself chairman. You have no cause to worry, since he is not claiming to be our presidential candidate. He's planning to join the socialists. I pray he does that so that he can fail with them. No aspirin can cure the pain of failure. Let him fail and learn his lesson. He is frustrated. If we call him for reconciliation, he will brag. But if we ignore him, the fire of revolt will drive him crazy and eventually to his doom. There is no magic that can make Sule Ubonte to win the election. Luka or no Luka, you are going to be president. He has given each district council chairmanship candidate £1 million. And so, you can do the same too. No, replied Ikoiko. Those ones don't matter. They are local politicians. Let him waste his money. This country is not ready to embrace socialism. And Luka is too small to perform the magic in 3 weeks. Go home and sleep. Later in the day, Sadan Luka, Malam Abu Sheikai, and Dr. Eddie Cabral converged at Hotel Macedonia to see how they could work together. In the later part of the deliberation, Dr. Eddie Cabral said, "It is obvious that Chief Halibasha is the most popular candidate amongst the contestants in the presidential race. Why is this so? Is it because he is a better human being? Is it because he's more intelligent? Is it because he has a better program? Money, I must say, is the reason why Halibasha is about running away with victory. If we want to stop him from becoming president, then we must be ready to spend money. All of us have agreed that Mr. Sulemonte can win the election if we support him. I am not going to draw back the hands of the clock, but I believe there is an oversight somewhere. We have spent so much time and energy trying to find out how we can fit into Sulemonte's socialist agenda without looking at the option of using Fernando to dislodge Halibasha. I am beginning to think that if we do to Fernando what we intend to do for Monte to make him win, the young man will make it to the presidential villa. My suggestion may seem a political novelty since no serious politician is thinking Fernando can make it. The young man has more common sense than Sulemonte. He is not talking about socialism. He is simply preaching reforms. It will be easier for us to sell his programs to our supporters than talk about Sulemonte's manifestos. Ordinarily, I will have nothing to do with Sulemonte's brand of socialism, said Danluca. I am in support of the radical lawyer because he is the man to defeat Halibasha. I have never heard of an independent candidate winning a presidential election in any part of the world. It would be a waste of money to work for Fernando because he can never win. The most recent opinion poll, conducted by Opinions International, gave him a mere 5%. Sulemonte's 25%. To my mind, is enough to keep a sprinter's right on track. The problem is how to convince our followers, especially the rich, Dr. Cabral said. Again, we are all witnesses to what is happening in the socialist world since the coming of Gorbachev. From all indications, socialism will soon be confined to the dustbin of history. Again, how are we going to convince the rich that Sulemonte, who has vowed to fight capitalism, will not put all of us behind bars if he becomes president? I do not think Fernando can make it, Malam Abu Sheikha said. But if Doctor here can convince me of what can be done to make him win, I have no objection to supporting him. There's no need to talk about Fernando, Danluca said. How is it possible for him to rise from a mere 5% to defeat a man who has 70%? Sulemonte is a Madoni, the largest ethnic group in this country. Halibasha is an Ikoyi man, the third largest tribe. Fernando's Ava tribe is an ethnic minority, and we all know the role ethnicity plays in determining electoral successes. I want Dr. Cabral to tell us how Fernando can win, said Abu Sheikha. The Conservative Convention is a divided house, Cabral said. The opinion results have not taken into consideration the consequences of wrangling in the party. Halibasha will lose as much as 30% due to the crisis. Yes, that is true, Luca replied. Sulemonte will gradually lose popularity as soon as Fernando's rating soars. How? Luca asked. Because the poor who believed in Sulemonte will have no qualms supporting Fernando since both of them have similar notions about how to alleviate poverty. So Sulemonte can lose as much as 10%. Well, maybe, Luca said. 30 plus 10 plus 5 is 45. If Fernando has 45 and Halibasha and Sulemonte have 40 and 15 respectively, the independent candidate will be declared winner. Politics is neither arithmetic nor algebra, Luca said. It is a game of chance. The higher the probability of success, the lower the risks of involvement. As far as I can see, the probability of Sulemonte becoming president with our support is higher than that of Fernando. And since money will be involved in this exercise, it is better to put our money in a venture with lower risk. It is riskier to support Omonte, Dr. Cabral replied. It is good we look at it very well to avoid taking a stupid step. The idea of working for a greenhorn and hoping to win is not worth giving any elaborate consideration, Lucas said. I believe in miracles, but not this one. Time, you will agree with me, is not on our side. 3 weeks is not 3 years, even though in politics we count nights and days separately. If for any reason we lose this election, it will be far well to power because Halibasha, I can assure you, will be life president. Ideology is a matter of semantics. What is important is power. If we support a socialist candidate and place him in the villa, we shall dictate the tune. Not with a man as obstinate as Sulemonte, Cabral said. The radical lawyer has fought against capitalism all his life, and when he gets the chance, he will turn this country upside down. The meeting dragged on till darkness crept in. They then agreed that each person should go home and think the matter over. Sir Dan Lucas spent the whole night talking on telephone and holding meetings with his close aides. The other men did the same thing. When they resumed the talk at the same place the following morning, the independent candidate was the man they chose. The Troika sent for Yvonne and told her about their decision. Overwhelmed with joy, she drove furiously to the clinic where Fernando was and broke the news. I am well already, the man said, limping from his bed. Please, nurse, go and tell the doctor I want to go. 3 days later, a rally was organized to announce to the nation that the Conservative Convention had entered into an alliance with Dr. Amedumego Fernando. On that day, Luca mounted a rostrum at the main bowl of the National Stadium and said, fellow countrymen and women, I, Sir Dan Luca, the chairman of the Conservative Convention, am here to announce that a working relationship has been arranged by the political class in the best interest of this nation. We in the Conservative Convention want to address an error of judgment. We were wrong to have made Halibasha our flag bearer. He is not fit to be president. The party robbed Malam Abu Sheikai, a capable hand, of his victory at the primaries. It was for this reason that the Congress removed the former party leader, Iko, and I, your humble servant, was elected chairman. By this declaration, I am calling on all members of the Conservative Convention to vote for our candidates in the governorship and assembly elections and vote Fernando for president. This is in the spirit of the alliance which we have reached in the interest of the party and of the nation as a whole. To the party, power. To the nation, peace. The moment Chief Montgomery Ikoyiko became convinced that Sir Dan Luca would stop the Conservative Convention from forming the next government, he sent gunmen after him. The assassins meant the politician at home, but when they shot at him, he changed to a cat. When they shot at the cat, it changed to a rat. When they heard the mysterious rat sing, Inyomi Yomi Yoko, they took to their heels. The following day, Colonel Kufo Amata, who was being pressurized by Chief Halibasha to eliminate Luka, called the politician to his office. Under gunpoint, he was made to write a letter of resignation from the Conservative Convention. The politician did as he was commanded. Thereafter, he was bound in chains, blindfolded, and driven in a truck to an unknown destination. When the soldiers who had held him hostage for 6 hours removed the chains and the blindfold, he found himself standing before a network television cameraman. Take this note and read, one of the soldiers said off camera. The man, who had been wondering why he was still under captivity, even after evoking his Otatigwe spirit, read the note, a letter of resignation from the Conservative Convention. In the evening, The Wuru news was relayed to 1 million viewers. Chapter 13. What happened to your dream? The crowd surged through, falling over each other, swerving and swaying in their bid to receive him, who had arrived in a convoy of horses, motorbikes, and motorcars. The man saw the sea of heads and was filled with emotion. He took a deep breath and said to Yvonne, who was by his side, "So large a crowd on hand to welcome us." "It is wonderful," the woman replied. "Nothing could be more welcoming." The crowd sang and drummed and danced. They sought from car to car the man whose image was growing every second, every minute, every hour. One of them opened the door, lifted him high to sit on the shoulder of a masquerade amidst the singing and drumming and dancing of a multitude of students away from the convoy of motorcars, motorbikes, and horses. So the dais set for him to address the gathering. Seated on the shoulder of the masquerade, feeling good and feeling great, he moved on, acknowledging cheers, nodding and clapping his hands to the rhythm of the song.
Fernando is rising, rising, rising. Fernando is rising to fall no more. Basha is falling, falling, falling. Basha is falling to rise no more.
Immediately he set his feet on the dais. The crowd, which was still following him, began to sing the all too familiar Oyoyoyo song. Experience had taught the politician how to take advantage of such rising passions, and without any preamble, he said,
"I am Dr. Amedumego Fernando, the man you have been looking for."
Yay!
Brothers and sisters, here I come with a mission. I have a story to tell you.
Tell us.
Are you ready to listen?
Yes!
The aspiration of every student is to acquire the necessary education sufficient to help him realize his dream of a fulfilled life. In times past, the dream was realized within a reasonable period. The student got a job immediately he left higher school, rented a flat at the end of the month, bought a new car 6 months later, married a wife the following year, ate good food every day, bought new clothes and shoes when he needed them, sent his children to school with ease, sent monthly stipend to his parents, built a house in his prime years, and so on and so forth. I am sure, absolutely sure, you will want to know what the picture looks like today.
Yes!
These days, a graduate cannot get a job 3 years after graduation. When he gets one, his total earning can hardly fetch him good meals and a comfortable accommodation, even if he decides to forgo every other need.
Yes!
It is so. Too bad.
It takes him up to 2 years to buy a set of furniture to equip a single room, buy an electric fan, a music set, and a refrigerator.
Yes!
Now so.
It
is true.
It is impossible for him to save enough money to buy a new car or build a house.
Who dash monkey banana?
You want farm?
If he decides to wait until he has enough money to pay for bride price and marriage feasts before he takes a girl to the altar, he may have to wait until Patience, the baby girl whose naming ceremony he attended last night, is old enough to be his wife.
Yay! Oh, yay!
So, what happened to your dream?
They killed it.
What happened to your dream?
They killed it.
Young men and women of a miserable generation, tell me, what happened to your dream?
They killed it.
They murdered it.
They banished it.
They annulled
it.
You are right. Dead right. If you allow these good-for-nothing politicians who have killed your dream to continue to rule, you are sure to join the long queue of jobless philosophers, unemployed engineers, ill-motivated scientists,
Eh.
angry journalists,
Hey.
frustrated accountants,
Eh.
different doctors and nurses,
Eh.
exploited company workers,
Eh.
and an entire regiment of restive youths.
Eh.
Your vote can change your situation. I started by telling you that the evil men killed your dream, and I will not end my story without letting you know that your dream shall live again.
Eh.
When I become president, you will have a feel of heaven.
Eh.
If your priority is to drive a personal car, you will be able to do so a few years after graduation.
Yay.
If your priority is to build a house of your own, you will be able to do so a few years after graduation.
Yay.
All the chronic bachelors
Yeah.
who cannot marry because they can't feed a woman and children will become family men. Every spinster
Yeah.
who cannot find an eligible bachelor because most available men are not eligible will say I do.
Yay.
Vote for me and I will bring back the sunshine into your life.
Yay.
Daddy, who do you want to be our president?
Chief Hale Basha.
Why do you want to vote for him?
He is the person whose name we have been hearing here in Sabado. I even hear he has won already.
No, Father. The right candidate is Fernando.
Who is Fernando?
There are 3 candidates who wants to be president. Fernando is one of them. He is the best man for the job. He is of good character. He has vision. He has feelings for ordinary citizens.
What about Chief Hale Basha?
Basha is a discredited politician. When he was the governor of Central State, he stole the money that should have been used to develop the state. He wants to be president so he can steal more.
My son. He is the man the elders of this village have accepted, and they have told all of us to vote for him.
Why was he accepted?
You can't be wiser than the elders.
Wisdom has nothing to do with this, Father.
Let me tell you the truth. I have Chief Hale Basha's money in this house. He sent money to us through the elders. My own share is in my cupboard.
How much money, Father?
I have 20 pounds and your mother's 10 pounds. All together we have 30 pounds.
30 pounds? That's peanuts. Is 30 pounds sufficient to pay my school fees for a semester? What is 30 pounds? How much food can 30 pounds buy? Mariam will start secondary school next year. Can 30 pounds pay her school fees for a term?
But your Fernando didn't bring even a penny.
No. The candidate who is giving you money is not doing so because he loves you. Rather, he is using the money to buy you. Daddy, you are worth more than 30 pounds. Fernando did not give you money, but when he becomes president, food will be cheap, drugs shall be free in government hospitals, and Miriam shall go to school without paying school fees. When I complete my university education, I shall have a good job and buy a car and build a house and send you money month after month. Fernando has promised that there will be no more sorrow in our country if he wins the election.
Is that so?
Yes, Father.
Nobody told me all these things before. Now that I know the truth, I will vote for Fernando. I will also tell your mother, my friends, my brothers and sisters to vote for him. I didn't know that Fernando is better than Chief Hale Basha. Thank you, my son, for showing me the way. Education is very good. Thank you, my son.
Mama,
Yes, my son.
the leader we have been praying for has finally come.
Who is that, my son?
Fernando.
Who is Fernando?
He is a man of good character and the best candidate for the office of the president.
Which tribe is he from?
He is a native of Bodabi, the Ava tribe.
Pakam, I cannot leave an Okoye man and vote for somebody from Avaland.
But Mama, where somebody comes from does not matter. What matters is his character.
Who told you that? Chief Hale Basha is an Ikoyi man, and all Ikoyi natives are expected to vote for him. Any other candidate who comes to this town to campaign is wasting his time.
Chief Basha is an evil man. He is a thief. When he was the governor of the state, he stole our money. How can you vote for a thief?
How did you know he stole our money?
I know. Because he awarded several contracts for the construction of roads and paid for the job in full. Yet, they were not completed. And for all the payments, he collected part of the money for himself. He did the same thing for water and electricity projects.
Who told you?
Take it from me. Pasha is a wuru-wuru politician.
If the politician is bad, why are chiefs and bishop, teacher and students campaigning for him?
They need his money. And when he is elected, he will recoup that money by stealing public funds.
Even if I vote for Fernando, he will not win. So, instead of wasting my vote, it is better I follow the popular candidate.
Mama, no. It is this kind of my vote won't count attitude that has kept fake and counterfeit politicians in power for so long. Believe me, mother, your single vote counts.
If you say so, I will vote for Fernando.
Thank you, Mama.
The student walked away from his mother's presence, and as he moved on, he thought, if the politician is bad, why are chiefs and bishops, teachers and students campaigning for him? An hour later, the thought came back to him. He dismissed it, but it came back again and again. Again, if the politician is bad, why are chiefs and bishops, teachers and students campaigning for him?
Chapter 14. My ship will bat at Destiny Ports. Sir Dan Luca was troubled. He was troubled by the verdict of Opinions International, which showed that Chief Haile Basha was ahead of the others in the race to be decided in 10 days' time. The candidate was given 55 points, Fernando 35 points, and Sulemonti 10 points. This man, who had gone to great lengths to ensure the leading candidate would not win the election, sat in his living room looking pensive. It was the emotion of anger that sent him to the battlefield. Now anger mixed with fear, the fear of failure led him to the stake. To stick around as he was already doing was a problem, for he could take a plunge and hang in there a class suicide. To go back to where he belonged was as bad as setting off on another suicide mission, because he had burned the bridge behind him. The severance of links, which was done with vexation and vengeance in mind, was not without subsequent moments of regrets. Moments like this one, when he sat down thinking about why he decided to risk his wealth and status in pursuit of revenge. Whenever a bold step is taken to liberate a mind from the bondage of crash materialism, his enslaved mind, long covenanted to worship at the feet of Mammon and the altar of greed, becomes intensely charged with the recollections of revolutions accustomed to. One may assume, and rightly too, that part of the reason is because it is difficult for the base mind to give up the dirty habits that guarantee the payment of bills of leisured life. This was one of the troubles of the honey man, the shame that shares the room and bed and pillow of the Humpty Dumptys of this world being another. He had been studying the prince. For that, one could also assume his indulgence was part of the reason the vestiges of tradition could not let go honey man, especially as he was yet to carry out the ablutions required to purge him of the Machiavellian tendencies of old. Who has ever changed his mind? Let it not be called Luca, the man in a do-or-die position. Who has ever changed his mind? Let it not have anything to do with the knight, a foot soldier, marooned in an enemy territory, far away from home. Who has ever changed his mind? Let it not be this man who knows and feels that to fail is to die, and to win is to live the life of a conqueror. Sir Dan Luca was basically a businessman. Politics was his business. In the heat of the day, in the cold of the night, while awake or while in dreams, he ruminated over matters arising from the heart of the matter, until he was able to stand firm and say to himself, if you fail to hit at a target, the target will hit at you. This soldier-like philosophy drove away what remained of his fears, and he resolved to fight till the end. What you find on the ground does not leave any room for chairs, Sir Luca said to Fernando while deliberating upon the findings of Opinions International. However, something will be done to turn the tables. I am not in the least dismayed, Fernando replied. A familiar voice tells me the table will turn. The recent opinion poll is, if anything, a source of encouragement. I tell you, when I decided to run the race, my wife called me a buffoon. When I told a neighbor about my ambition, he looked at me and laughed. When I told my friend I wanted to be president, he said it was an idle dream. If today 1/3 of the voters, or even more, want me to be president, I believe that going by the sale of events, my ship will berth at Destiny Port. Ordinarily, I fear nothing, said Gianluca, but the thought of Haile Bashar ruling this nation gives me nightmares. The picture is getting clearer by the day. The Conservative Convention won 18 out of the 30 seats in the Senate and 32 out of the 60 in the House of Representatives. Only 2 independent candidates have been elected senators and 7 as representatives. The governorship election will follow the same pattern. There is no doubt that Haile Bashar will win if nothing is done to take the wind out of his sail. Yes, something must be done to checkmate the force. The crucial discussion took place at Lucas' palatial residence in Pale Town. Drawing inspiration for the man's last words, Fernando said, "What steps do you consider appropriate?" "I think it is time we reach out to the People's Socialist Party and independent politicians." "That's a nice idea," Fernando replied. "I have been thinking in that line for quite some time now. How do we go about it?" "It isn't a hard sell," said Gianluca. "We shall contact the leaders of the Socialist Party and its presidential candidate and talk them into the formation of an alliance that will have you as a common candidate. Dr. Edoki, your running mate, shall be persuaded to step down for Sule Monti. That is what we need to do. I am convinced the coming together of the two forces and the synergy that will come with it will dislodge Haile Bashar. And once that is done, we shall march on to victory," Gianluca said. Dr. Ahmed Umaru Fernando, Sir Gianluca, and Malam Abubakar were discussing with the leaders of the People's Socialist Party and independent politicians. What the team thought would be an easy task turned out to be a difficult one. Sule Monti was the obstacle. "I did not start my campaign to end up as someone else's running mate," he said. "I am sorry, gentlemen. I cannot be part of an accord where I will serve under an independent candidate." By midnight of that day, they were still consulting. The deliberations continued throughout the second day. In the early hours of the third day, the negotiators recognized what could be considered the strand of a signal, stuck to it and struck an accord. That was how an alliance called the Greater Socialist Accord was formed. The Juju Palace smelled of blood, human blood, chicken blood, goat blood. It smelled of kaolin, of the remains of a decaying chameleon, and the skeleton of a crocodile. The resident Juju priest sat on an Arabian carpet in a dark corner and stared at a mysterious mirror. "The way is open," said the Juju man. "Say what you want." "What do I do to win this election?" "Master," replied the Juju man after a brief silence, "your opponent is not an ordinary man. There is a woman somewhere. The woman is the daughter of the goddess of the Great Sea." "Aha! I see. Yes, the woman is not his mother. She is not his wife. She is not his sister. All right, the spirit says we can't touch the woman. Yes, we can separate her from him. So says the spirit. Say what you want, master." "I want him dead before election day," said Chief Haile Bashar. "Whatever it will cost, I will pay the price." "Kokodikogo, the god of the caves, your child is here. He wishes to worship you. He has come to serve you." The Juju man lifted a concoction prepared with the blood of a strangulated man, the head of an agama lizard, the heart of a vulture, and the brain of a black cat. He gave it to the politician to drink. After the man had drunk the concoction, the spiritualist said, "Kokodikogo will carry out your wish." "Thank you very much," Chief Haile Bashar replied. "He wants you to bring the following items: a human head severed from a living man, a bowl of blood also taken from the same person, 7 pieces of oil skull, vulture feathers, some alligator pepper, a black cat, a camelon, and 7 cowries. Is that all? Yes, master. I shall get all the items. The following day, the politician brought all the items and handed them over to the merchant of death, who then prepared a potent juju capable of causing road accidents. On 3 occasions when he had prepared a similar juju for his clients, targets were killed in motor accidents within 1 week. The night the juju priest invoked the evil spell, Yvonne, a devotee of Imoina, sensed it in her dream. Early in the morning, she rushed to Fernando's house to warn him of an impending danger. Your enemies are after you, she said. They have set a snare for you somewhere in the dark. Are you sure of what you are saying? Yes, my antenna doesn't pick false signals. I know what I am talking about. What I am telling you will surely come true if we don't act fast. Come with me to Fingersea. There is a ritual we must perform at the ocean shore. It is urgent. I don't want any argument. Get set and let us go. Do not worry, replied Fernando. My God is able, more than able, to protect me from the hands of my enemies. Listen, Yvonne said. Something serious is about to happen, and we must avert it. This one goes beyond positive thinking. This is a matter of life and death. Thanks for your concern. I have no time to waste, Yvonne said. If you won't go with me, fast and pray, and give glory to God. Pray fervently to frustrate the lesser power of the evil one. Pray I will, for I am persuaded that the God who has taken me this far cannot abandon me. This is an esoteric matter, she replied. For as long as our destiny is wrapped in deep fathoms by a force you know nothing about, I will stand in the gap. With these words, she left him and set off for Fingersea to carry out a ritual by the seaside. Yvonne went to appease the goddess of the sea. This would be her 3rd seaside ritual since the campaign started. During her last visit, she had requested Moina to join her destiny to Fernando's desire to be president. She believed the spiritual union was perfected the moment she did all that was expected. The ritual which she had planned to carry out that day was to make sure Moina did not forget her promise to make Fernando president. While on her way, Ahmed Umelgo Fernando, whose name was called 7 times, each time with a cowrie in an incantation-filled petition, had a ghastly motor accident. He was the only one in his car, and he was driving to the headquarters of the Greater Tomorrow Society at Amuson when he ran into a stationary lorry. The man died instantly in the monitor of the juju priest. He is dead, shouted the juju man, who sprang out of the juju parlor and dashed into the living room where Basha was seated. Fernando is dead, he shouted. How did you know? Believe it, master. There was an accident. I saw it clearly. He should by this time be discussing with his ancestors. Chief Hale Basha rose hastily and stopped at the door and said, Let me go and confirm your information. I will be back. The news of the accident was aired that same hour on network radio and spread further by network television. The roving crew of the television station had picked the story from an eyewitness who could not confirm the state of Fernando's health and peppered it by showing the man's battered car. Because they failed to say whether the politician was dead or not, their viewers were kept guessing. By midday, the nation was agog with rumors. As the people who heard about the accident became anxious to get the details, the grapevine announced to the whole world that the accident that occurred in the morning had claimed the life of a presidential candidate, and so began the peddling for all feast and the weeping and wailing of sympathizers, especially women. Yvonne wept her eyes out. She sang one dirge after another. She blamed herself for not dragging the man to the seashore. She blamed herself for not involving Angela and getting her to put pressure on her husband. When she saw the man she had presumed dead nursing a minor injury in a private clinic, she lifted up her hands and said, Thank God, my brother will surely be president. On election day, the voters went to the polling stations to vote. The government have adopted the open ballot system to guide against the numerous electoral malpractices observed during Dodo's time when the secret ballot system was practiced. The new system had been successfully employed in the conduct of all the elections held so far. It ensured voters knew the outcome of the voting exercise in the polling station as soon as they finished voting. The voters queued behind the posters showing the candidate of their choice, and the number of votes on each line was counted to the hearing of everyone present. The results with the signatures of the electoral officials and those of the agents of the contestants were produced in 10 original sheets of paper and 20 carbon copies. 2 original sheets of paper were sent to the Electoral Commission. Each agent was given one, and all other original and carbon copies distributed to the voters for safekeeping. After the voting, the electoral officer in charge of each polling station carried the results to the district headquarters for collation. A few hours after election, the results were announced at the district office of the commission. The system was able to check the commonest methods of rigging through the secret ballot system: multiple voting by an individual, dumping of fake ballot papers into ballot boxes, and outright falsification of total votes in balloting units. By noon, the voting was over. Sir Dan Luca, who had taken a sedative immediately he left the station where he was counted, woke up from sleep at night to receive news of the result of the election. He telephoned one of his agents, and when he came online, Luca said, "Hello."
Hello.
"This is Sir Dan Luca."
Good evening, sir.
"Good evening. May I know who is speaking?"
John from Basimako.
"Is the collation of results over?"
Yes, sir. And we won.
"What percent did we score?"
64, sir.
"Thank you very much." "Hello," he said to another agent some minutes later.
Hello.
"Any news from Fingesi?"
Good news.
"Go on."
We have won Coastal State.
"By what percent?"
55.
"Thank you." An hour later, he was talking to his man in Bekwasa. It was already past midnight.
We won in some districts and lost in others.
"How? What do you mean?"
The Odo of Bekwasa directed all his subjects to vote for Halibasha, and that affected our chances.
"What percent did we score?"
22.
Incredible. The results from Central State were the next to be received on telephone. "What is the position?"
Tribalism.
"What?
The Ikoyi people voted massively for their kinsman.
We lost?"
Yes, sir.
"What percent did we score?"
2%.
"What?"
2%, sir.
Sir Dan Luca dropped the telephone receiver and hurried towards the bar in his living room and reached for a bottle of cognac. He gulped a glassful before going back to the telephone, stumbling on his way.
I am speaking from Erigo City.
"Yes."
We defeated the Conservatives.
"What percent did we score?"
61.
"Very good." In the couple of hours that followed, he tried to get across to Malam Abe Musa without receiving any dialing tone. He was anxious to know what happened at Yakobo's Collation Center and so kept trying the number. "Hello."
Musa on the line.
Sir Dan Luca speaking. "How did we fare?"
We beat the Conservatives hands down.
"What percent did we score?"
74. Fernando shall be president, inshallah.
Chapter 15. The courts are peopled with the Sons of Eli. The Supreme Ruling Council was meeting at the Cabinet Office. It was a crucial one, and all members of the body were in attendance. There was foul play, Colonel Amata said as deliberations progressed. Under normal conditions, an independent candidate cannot win a presidential election. It has never happened anywhere in the world. So we must cancel the results and order a re-election. This government had decided from the outset to plan and organize a transition program. Now that we have achieved our goal, why create a stalemate? Military men the world over are men of honor. Let us not put a stain on our noble profession by doing a senseless thing. There will be chaos if he is sworn in as president, said Major Buma Donga. The armed forces will strike again and push him away. I will not accept Fernando as my president, said Major Tef to Duma. He is from a minority tribe. How can an ordinary Ava man rule over us? Impossible. We cannot rewrite history. The Ava people were slaves to the Efama tribe, and the Regbendudus later conquered their Fama people. The Ava have never had kings. How can a man with no royal lineage become president over the whole country? The people voted him, replied the head of state. This is democracy. It is different from what you are talking about. If we are to follow history, then we will exist as different nations and not as we are today. The traditional rulers have come to me, said Colonel Kufo Amata. They said the only way to avert breakdown of law and order is to annul the election. The traditional rulers are the spokesmen for the people, and it is their voice that we will follow. That is not democracy, the head of state replied. Democracy recognizes the opinion of the majority and not the wishes of the noble. The voters have made a mistake, said Group Captain Ogwakasi Otirikata. I even think this country is not yet ripe to practice democracy. The system is alien to our culture. Like my colleague has pointed out, I can't see how an ordinary citizen who is neither a chief nor prince can be president. Do we expect the Atalakpa of Merigo or the Odo of Bekwasa to bow before a small boy like Fernando? The two powerful monarchs were in my office yesterday, and they said we should annul the election. The Odo is my king, and as a loyal subject, I cannot disobey his command. Age is another reason why we should not hand over to Fernando, Tuduma said. He is too young for the job. The drafters of the constitution made a mistake by fixing 30 years as the minimum age for the office. Another reason why the election should be annulled is because Fernando is a hothead, said Major Donga. He will probe all of us and destroy our legacy should we hand over to him. The military officers tried as much as possible to cajole the head of state into carrying out their wish, but the man, knowing that the decision was his and his alone, stood his ground. Let us give the judiciary a chance, he said. If they fail to uphold justice, we shall act. Chief Halibasha visited Colonel Amata. He had barely taken a seat in the officer's house when the man stormed at him. You see, you have messed yourself up. How can a common man defeat you in an election and then in court? You see how you have fooled yourself? Now, why didn't you bribe the judges of the lower and the appeal courts? I did, but they rejected my money. Then why are you here? Go to the Supreme Court. Go and sort out the men. They too have rejected my money. Are you then saying a commoner is coming to rule this nation? He is coming with Sule Monte, the firebrand, said the politician. They will probe all past administrations. They will confiscate our property. They will send us to jail. But if you talk to the Chief Justice, who is a stubborn man, and force him to nullify the results, we shall be free. Captain, the officer called. Yes, sir, his aide-de-camp replied. Go immediately and fetch me the Chief Justice of the Federation. Yes, sir. Make sure you employ intimidation tactics before dragging him here. All correct, sir. If he fails to follow you immediately, apply force. Yes, sir. Chief, you can go. The election is as good as nullified. Thank you, officer, Halibasha said and departed. The aide-de-camp took along a dozen armed soldiers to arrest the Chief Justice. What is the matter? The wife of the man asked when they dragged her husband out of his bedroom, kicking him when he tried to put up resistance. The instruction is from above, replied the captain. What has he done? You will know later. Where are you taking him to? Hey, woman, the captain shouted at her. If you ask any more questions, I will command my men to flog you. Look, said Justice Maduma, I have evidence of all you are doing, you and your men. You will regret your action when I meet your boss. I am a military man. I am above the law. Where is my orderly? He is under arrest, replied the captain. Why? Don't ask me questions. I am not in your courtroom. I'm not leaving this house without my orderly. Respect yourself. Walk into our truck or I'll command my men to trash you. Sergeant? Yes, sir. Double him. Wait, the Chief Justice said. I will walk. He was brought to the office of Colonel Kufuor at gunpoint on December 24. Listen to me, the colonel said. I have decided that Fernando will not be president of this country. I don't want to know whether he won the election or not. You must nullify the election. Understand? I don't understand. You must cancel the election. Do you think I am in a position to do that? I am not thinking. I am commanding you to do it. What makes you think I have such powers when you know we are 9 in the courts? Don't ask me any silly question. This is an insult, Colonel. Insult? I am the Chief Justice of the Federation. I have been in the legal profession for 44 years. Sergeant? Yes, sir. Go and lock this bloody civilian in the guardroom. Yes, sir. The sergeant walked towards the justice to execute the command coming from his senior. I am the Chief Justice of... Move! Or I'll move you. The sergeant backed at him. Give him a dirty slap, the officer commanded. The sergeant raised his hands and slapped the Chief Justice on the face. The 70-year-old man staggered and fell. Oh, Amata, the old man cried. My blood will be on your head. Bundle him away. Yes, sir, the sergeant replied as he dragged the learned man by his shirt into the guardroom. The man was released from the guardroom on Boxing Day. Old man, Colonel Amata said as he walked round his office, hands tucked inside the side pockets of his trousers. You must choose between life and death. The case is coming up tomorrow. If you nullify the election, you shall live. Otherwise, death awaits you. I will arrange and get you killed. All right? When you are gone to where you know not, we shall give you a state burial for dying while in active service. The head of state doesn't like attending such ceremonies, so I, Colonel Kufuor, Deputy Head of State, will read the graveside oratory. Unfortunately, you won't hear me, but I will try to add what you told me, that you have been in the legal profession for 44 years. I will learn how to cry and rehearse very well for an effective graveside ceremony. That is if you decide to die. Again, when you are gone, we shall set aside your judgments and annul the election. Military government shall continue and nobody will remember you. Now get out! Justice F.I. Maduma walked out of the office without saying a word. When he got home, he had his bath, changed his clothes, and then went to the presidential villa to see the head of state. He is out of town, said the chief protocol officer. When is he coming back? I don't know. Tell him I was here and that if I die, Colonel Amata should be held responsible. Anything the matter? Just deliver my message. On his way back, he stopped to see the Inspector General of Police. Colonel Kufuor has threatened that he will kill me if I rule in favor of Fernando. That is a serious threat, the police boss replied. Have you informed the head of state? He is out of town. Your wife came here and told me what happened, but I couldn't intervene because this is a military government. I am sorry, Justice. I do understand, replied Justice Maduma. I am not afraid of death, but I feel I should let you know because if anything happens, there should be somebody to testify to it. Our record has it that since he became deputy head of state, he has killed 4 citizens in cold blood, including a pastor who condemned him and a journalist who criticized him in a newspaper. This is a military regime. However, I can assure you that your case will be different. I will do my best to ensure your security. Thank you. In the Supreme Court premises stood Chief Halibasha, the wiri of Akama. He was looking like a goat tethered to a slaughter slab on the eve of a merry-making festival. Do you accept that your opponent won the election? Came the first court. How are you going to recover all the money you wasted? What is your next line of action? Won't you go to the world court? He tried to move, no way. The police escort tried to help him, but the journalist blocked his way. They would have to write something concerning him, so he must talk. Now, gentlemen, he said, listen to me. I did not lose any election, okay? The election was rigged. Fernando was awarded Phantom's cause, all right? This was what I challenged at the court. Again, I did not lose my case. Fernando had judgment because there's no justice in the land. Have you heard of an independent candidate winning a presidential election? It is a shameful thing. The courts are peopled with the Sons of Eli. Justice has gone on sabbatical. So I am telling my supporters to have courage. We want peace to reign. For the purpose of peace, let us accept the clown has carried the crown. So he has won? A reporter asked. Let it be so for peace to reign. The following morning, the Daily Envoy came out with a headline that read, "The clown has carried the crown." The caption that was meant to deride the winner of a free and fair election turned out to be a popular joke, to the extent that whenever a loser in a game or contest refused to accept defeat, someone would say, "The clown has carried the crown."